We are Atmo Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line, one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are Atmo Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
Where legends are born and we're live, because this weekend we're going to be crowning a champion here at the Fight or Flight Finals. And my name is Crucial Gaming, and I will be your host. But we got some incredible faces here today. We got my man Zero State, and we got a familiar face, new but friendly. We got Thunder Lake. How y'all doing?
Hey, we're doing pretty good. Go Zero.
Doing great. It's early for a Saturday, but I'm doing great.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for bringing us on, apparently, right?
Hey, it is early, guys, but I just want to say, of course, as always, thank you guys so much for, your assistance and your help and your time, of course, most of all. But, I'm excited to get the show on today. The group stage was absolutely phenomenal, very hype, very enjoyable. Thunder, like you in the group stage, so we'll talk about that a little bit later on today as well. But, we're kicking off with you, Thunder. Like, how you been, man? How has your week been? Have you been, going into StarCitizen a little bit? How things been for you?
Not a little bit. I've been in StarCitizen pretty much every night. Still practicing. I worked with some of the teams that are actually in the finals today. Did some practices with them. It's been a lot of fun. So, I just can't wait to see what the outcome is here. But yeah, just straight up PvP, going in blasting, probably on the wrong side of the law, but it doesn't matter there. It's just a game. We're having fun and, taking names if we can.
Hey, I love that. Love that. Zero State, what about you, man? Of course, streaming 24/7, the most consistent streamer in all of StarCitizen. Well, I ain't gonna lie. Power GPU is giving you a run for your money right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Jesse's been on a lot. He's been having a great time. It's been really fun to watch so many creators doing so much with StarCitizen, especially this last year, 2 years. It's been really fun to watch, and it's been really kind of a privilege to be a part of that group. So, been having a great time.
Awesome. Well, I mean, myself, guys, I was able to, take a quick trip down to Italy, to Rome, and visit the Bar Citizen community, or the Star Citizen community at the Bar Citizen there. It was absolutely great. I love traveling. I love meeting people from all across the world. And man, I can't say, if you guys ever get a chance to go to a Bar Citizen, regardless of whether it's an hour away from you or a flight away, meet the people that you're playing with, meet the community, man, because it just gets you amped up to do more. It's like CitizenCon always reinvigorates your passion for the game because of how many people you end up meeting. So all that salt goes away for those few days. I don't just put it that way. But anyways,
yeah, absolutely.
100%, 100%. Anyways, we're here for the Fight or Flight Finals, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to talk about that a little bit here. And the group stage was absolutely great. I really enjoyed the group stage, but Fight or Flight, for those of you guys that are just watching for the first time, it is a dog fighting tournament in Star Citizen, and it is the coolest thing to watch. I ain't gonna lie, it gets me hyped up. It gets my energy flowing, especially at 8 in the morning. You guys know how that feels. So,
yeah.
But before we jump into the rules and before we jump into all of that, I do want to talk about one thing. You guys see a little number on right above Thunder Lake over there. That number is currently the Matcherino. So this year, for the first time, we're doing crowdfunding for Fight or Flight. That means that as we hit milestone thresholds and we continue to raise funds, we are going to be paying out from the top 3 to the top 4 to the top 6 to the top 8 if we get to certain milestones. So if you guys want to help out, you guys can claim a code for free, which gives a free 25 cents to the Matcherino, gets you into all the giveaways that get unlocked. And you guys can go ahead and jump right in there. And if you guys feel a little bit generous, you guys got extra stuff in your pockets, you guys want to, reward these teams that are competing throughout the weekend, especially during the finals, feel free to contribute directly. But remember, it's all free. You don't need to do anything. And we should be getting our matches here shortly, as teams are still going through their briefing process right now. But let's talk about one thing really quickly, which is going to be, what are these teams fighting for, first of all, guys? Okay, let's jump over to the pricing. So we got, we've talked about this a little bit during the group stage, but each team, top 3 will get their chance at getting a Fight or Flight jersey, which will be available for you guys at home that might want to grab one and help support Atmo Esports to continue, providing prizes across the board. We do provide all these prizes out of our own pockets. So any apparel sales, anything that we do, it's all given right back to the community. But for first place, we got an incredible trophy, and then every single person from first to third team member will get a Fight or Flight medal. It's heavy, it's hefty, so it's great. And then we got like I keep mentioning, the PvP Council, which is an incredible group of people from PvP orgs across the entire PvP community, came together and they said, hey man, our rewards would be great if we had some fleet battle ships. So they get some digital ships thanks to our incredible folks at Star Citizen. They're providing these ships, so top 3 will get some awesome ships. Obviously they'll have to figure out who gets what, but we want to make sure that everybody gets something. So any thoughts on the pricing, Zero State, Thunder Lake?
I mean, I'm a little jealous, but I'm not good enough at PvP to win any of that, so
well,
my problem.
I'll say this for sure. Right now, the Wolves, I think moving those up for the Guardians, I think some of the PvPers would definitely like some of those. So whoever's getting 3rd place here is probably going to be a little bit happy, even though there might be a little bit more prize pool in the other prizes. The Wolf is definitely coming through in today's patches. So
I heard it's a crowd favorite. So, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we can, if they don't want Guardians and they want Wolves, we'll hook them up. That's not a problem.
I'm sure they'll take the Guardians.
Easy changeable for them. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem there. But all right, let's talk about our ships, guys. All right. So during Fight or Flight, the PvP Council comes together and we choose ships. So let's take a look first at our snubs. So snubs are ships that are smaller than light fighters that normally in accordance to CIG, snubs don't have quantum drives, but some of these ships do have quantum drives, but they're in that certain criteria of being smaller than a light fighter. So these are going to be our snub ships right here. So Thunder Lake, I'll kick it off to you first, man. Seeing the 85X being used so much, why is that? Why is the 85X being used so much in the group stage, or used, I would say, enough by the Americas teams compared to the other ones there?
Well, it's probably like a meta type thing that their pilots are familiar with. We're looking at the 85X. It has a balance of speed and agility. It's also small. It's pretty hard to hit and difficult. So it can really get in there. It also has 4 size 1 guns, so it can put out a lot of damage. So some people were using the CFs. I think a couple used the NDBs as well. Specifically, Avenger Squadron was doing that. And they saw a lot of success in some of the fights that they had in the first group stages. I didn't see any Merlins or Archimedes coming out. Neither the Pisces. Not, it's right now not really fully a combat ship. So, people would be throwing if they brought it out, unless they wanted to sit in the back and maybe get rescued or something if it was a rescue. But M50, we didn't see a lot of. Due to the recent changes, it's probably not likely to be seen. But at the same time, I don't think we'll see if people use ballistics with some of the changes that come out. And the Razor, again, we didn't see. Again, these ships are really fast, small. They have a decent amount of boost pool. But the 85X seems to be able to put out DPS as well as its turn rate to get around some of these light fighters as well. So I think that's why it was chosen. It just was probably the best choice for among the teams based on the pilots, their composition, and the boost pool and speed that it was looking to get.
Gotcha. Any extra thoughts there, Zero State?
Yeah, I think I kind of echo there what Thunder Lake said. It's important to stay as maneuverable as you can, especially in this flight model. The large boost pool is something that's, I think, often overlooked by players when they're looking at what ship should I use, et cetera, et cetera. Things like that can make a huge difference. If you can last and stay evasive 5, 4, even 3, 4, 5 seconds longer than your opponent, that's a huge advantage, especially if you're both, good pilots. And when your opponent runs out of boost, you're both going to land your shots. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, definitely. Gotcha. And the chase potential of some of these ships is really high. So you see a lot of individuals that go for the finishes when enemies try to disengage or escape from fights. They'll try to finish off that opponent or keep shields down to allow their team to remerge on them. So,
okay. All right. Good points there. Well, yeah, these are the category of snub ships that are for this year's Fighter Flight. Now let's move on to some light fighters because, a lot of Fighter Flight in the beginning was all about light fighters. That's what we kind of started off with. But light fighters, I mean, you see the Auroras in there, you see the 325As, you see the Cartual, but I mean, there's definitely good options here. Just to give a little bit of some statistics here, you see the Arrow, right, which is a light fighter used most of all throughout the entire competition, being chosen 74 times across all 3 regions, totaling to a 25% chosen rate. And then right after that, you got the Gladius, which right behind it with a 71, times chosen with a 24% chosen rate across all 3 regions. So, I wish I would see a differentiation of other ships, but, we're definitely seeing a lot of the Hawk. We're definitely seeing a lot of the Buccaneer as well. But Zero State, right your way. Do you think we're going to see anything different at all going into the finals?
Well, I think, for example, this is getting into the medium fighters, but I think none of us necessarily expected to see a lot of the Santok Yai last time. And we did. We ended up seeing that quite a few times. So I'm excited to see if a player pulls out something like, oh, they've been practicing and figured out what they can do with the blade, or they've been practicing and figured out, what they can do with, I don't know, a Reliant. That'd be great to see. Things like that. If somebody pulls out a Nomad, I will cheer the entire time and probably watch them explode. But I'll still cheer for them. So, but it has been good, I think, to see some variety. I mean, if we had done this tournament, 6 months ago, we probably wouldn't see many, if any, Hawks, for instance. And so a little bit of variety is always good. The more, the better. But we have to see what the players can do with it.
Yeah, definitely, of course. The Arrow, it's definitely an interesting pick. A lot of pilots are familiar with the model, and it's small enough to create some interesting deflections. And in the team fight, you can evade and escape pretty quickly, depending on where the enemy is on you. So I can definitely see the Arrow being a solid choice. It has a good amount of DPS. It does only have 1 shield, and it's not the tankiest ship. Sometimes it loses the nose-to-nose fights if you can't get around the opponent, which we see that. It's kind of difficult to do. But in a team fight, someone that's a little bit evasion with the accuracy of their ship to put on that DPS is really going to shine. So the arrow is chosen a lot. The Gladius as well. All right, the familiarity as well. I think the Blade had some issues perhaps with like being able to swap components a while back, so not many individuals were practicing that. And the Buccaneer, as it puts out a lot of DPS, it's a very, very good ship. It definitely has a very huge boost pool as well, better than most snubs, and it has high top speed, so it can really come in and dish out a lot of damage if a pilot's not ready for it. So I see a
It
lot
actually
of those
brings up a
being
good
chosen.
point about ships with lots of weapons, right? We didn't see a whole lot of Hornets last time. We didn't see a whole lot of
Yep.
Buccaneers last time. I wonder if we'll see some more ballistic vomit loadouts this time, because I got to tell you, I'm pretty excited to see a Buccaneer full of like shredders and sawbucks and buzzsaws. That's all I'm saying. Nobody gives
Yeah.
the ballistic repeaters enough love, and I want to see them.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
thing I'll make clear today as well is that tarantulas are banned. There is a little bit of a desync damage issue there, so I'm just going to make that very clear. But I mean, we are in a new patch. We are in 4.3.1, so ballistics are a little bit, they seem more viable, a little bit stronger. So I mean, I would love to see definitely more differentiation of ships going into it. I mean, we saw the Santok Yai come out to play 3v1 an entire team. That was pretty insane. We had the Cartu all a couple times. We had the M50 time, but I mean, let's see if strategies change going into this weekend, especially with 4.3.1 out. So.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it's going to change realistically. I'll tell you, the weapon velocity is what makes a huge difference. I understand the ballistics have been, some of the ship hulls have been reduced to the resistance and stuff, but I'm definitely willing to bet that we're going to see a lot of Panthers out there, maybe some NDBs and some picks. I mean, there could be some teams that have really experimented. That's something that I don't know for the ballistics time. But other than that, like I think it's going to be, we're going to see some similar stuff from last one as well.
Okay. All right. One thing, appreciate everybody so far that has contributed to the Matcherino. Again, guys, go in there, exclamation mark Matcherino, get click on the free code, and make sure you guys make sure that price pool gets bolstered a little bit more. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping into it here shortly. Our teams are about ready to go. But let's take a look at our championship bracket here for Fighter Flight 2955, baby. Let's go to that bracket. And right now, our first match of the day, we're going to be seeing Avenger Squadron Blue versus Breaker Squadron. And then right after that, we're going to see Iron Point versus Plain Tune. One thing I love about this is I believe Iron Point, don't get me wrong, let me check out my team stats, because if I'm about to get it wrong here in a second. But Iron Point is from EMEA, and Plain Poon is from the APAC region. So we're going to see our first cross-region combat happening there. We see Shadow Moses versus Cinderborn, so I believe that is going to be US versus EMEA as well, if I'm not mistaken there. Let me double check. Nope, they're both Americas. And then you see Liberty Reapers versus Silver Flames. So we're going to be streaming all of the first 4 matches, and then we have 00 Baby Squad and Zap waiting there in the losers bracket, and then we're going to be doing those 3 matches offline, so that way we can hurry up and get to that top 6. The top 6 will continue on tomorrow at the same exact time here. We are doing a tournament cross regions, so this is the best time that we could find a common ground for everybody in the tournament, so we can kind of, bring everybody together. So I want to give a big shout out to every single person, competitor, teams that have came together and has spent their time in not only training, but also giving us their time to make sure that this tournament works out well. So I wish all the teams a good luck today. But Zero State, we're kicking off to you since Thunder Lake had the last word earlier. But give me your thoughts on which teams we're going to see in the top 6.
Oh, that is a tough one. I'm pretty excited to see what Avenger Squadron does. One thing I like about Avenger Squadron is they're not afraid to bring out something that people go, are they going to make that work? And then they make it work. Sometimes it doesn't work out that great for them. Sometimes they make some adjustments and then it works really well. So I feel like their malleability and their ship choices and loadout choices could bring them a long ways. Pretty excited to see what Shadow Moses is going to do. Obviously, I mean, we've seen some pretty exciting things from them, some meta flip-flops and some things like that. So there's very good chance that we'll see them moving through the bracket, or a very good chance to win. I'm pretty excited to see what Liberty Reapers are going to do as well. I got excited watching Baby Squad last time, and kind of excited to see what they do as well. So that's kind of where I'm at. But everything's up in the air when you're running with 3v3s.
Awesome. All right.
Nice.
Well, I mean, Thunder Lake, your thoughts on which teams you think you're going to see in the top 6 here?
I'm pretty sure I'll see Avenger Squadron, Breaker Squadron, Iron Point, Shadow Moses, Cinderborn, Liberty Reapers, and then we're looking at probably those those ones. I'm interested to see what Zap does as well. I know they've won a couple of fighter flights as well, come in the top 3. So I'm interested to see that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be locked in here. Just maybe it's my PvP bias, but yeah, those will be the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can agree there. One thing I will say, if you look at the statistics from the regions, right, you see APAC doesn't use much like any snubs, any like super light fighters. You're seeing a lot of like Talon, Scorpius. They use Santok Yai quite a bit, so they're a lot less choosing ships for the APAC region. So I want to know if they're gonna come in hot with those bigger ships and try to take advantage of the tankier ones to try to move on up. But I still think that Americas and EMEA is still very, very strong from my point of view. So it's I can't wait to see the matches. I can't wait to see these cross regions go at it. Guys, remember, you guys can keep up with the bracket, ! bracket. You guys can keep up with it on Challenge, or you guys can keep up with it. The bracket is on Matcherino as well. So make sure you guys are keeping with how that is moving forward, especially with some of the matches that are offline. We're going to try to give you as much stream matches across the board so you guys can keep up with everything. And then tomorrow, all top 6 matches will be all streamed, so that way we can keep on schedule. So, but appreciate you guys joining us today here during Fighter Flight 2955. I believe we are about to stream here shortly our first match of the day. But before we do that, we got a little bit of an event happening here in February 21st. We have Atmosphere returning back to Sydney, Australia, and I'm very excited because this StarCitizen hasn't been to Sydney or into Australia in 10 plus years. So we're very excited to put this event together at Fortress Sydney, which is a big esports arena. So if you guys are in the region, if you guys are in the APAC region, doesn't matter where you at, you're in China, Taiwan, Japan, make sure you guys come down to the event. We're going to have Sandy, Chris, we're going to have Tyler Whitkin, we're going to have some other folks from CIG at the event, so don't miss out on that event, February 21st. You guys can !EA56, you guys can grab some tickets, and there's a trailer for you, so check it out, and we'll be right back.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it, guys. Match number 1, we got Avenger Squadron Blue versus Breaker Squadron. Apparently, they're both AVS. I keep forgetting that, but I mean, Wiener put on a clinic.
Not true. Not true.
Oh, they're not?
Breaker.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
Breaker
cool.
Squadrons with Mostly Harmless, and
that's what it was.
Their PvP division. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
After
Gotcha.
last event,
Thanks
I started calling them mostly harmful. That was my nickname.
Yeah, exactly.
Mostly harmful.
They are, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Breaker Squadron put on a show to get here today to this finals. I'm excited to have them on here. But I'm going to start with you, Thunder Lake, this time around. Avenger Squadron Blue, Breaker Squadron. Who you got? Give me a match prediction here.
Oh gosh, you're really pushing me off the fence here, huh? So no, I'm
We don't even
thinking
have ship
that
choices yet. You have to just go for it.
Yeah, so Breaker Squadron's really tight. They've really locked it in. I know that Winor really capitalized on the Santuck Yai performance as well. I'm not sure. I think that choice would probably be ideal when it comes to against Avenger Squadron. We've seen them use the 85X, Arrow, and Gladius almost exclusively. I know that they're pretty practiced in Buccaneer and probably the M50, but I'm not thinking that they might switch it up. I think they're probably locked in. They have a lot of practice with that, countless hours working as a team. Andros Red, dominant pilot there. And, these individuals are going to be, it's going to be a really big brawl. I'm going to think that we're going to see a little bit of a slow engage. And then I'm going to I think there's going to be a couple win-losses. There might be a few trade-outs. Are you talking about, you want me to predict exactly who will win or?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I mean,
Okay. I think Breaker Squadron's gonna get a couple dubs, but I think Avenger Squadron's gonna take this one, just based on my personal experience. But I really do want to see a lot of work come out from Nightfoe and Breaker Squadron. We know Nightfoe. Like, I'm rooting for you guys, I really am. But I really think Avenger Squadron will take this, depending on the strats though. So we'll see.
all right, Zero State.
Well, I know. I'll tell you who's going to win with the most chat innuendos, and it's definitely going to be Breaker Squadron because
Yeah, there you go.
if Wiener flies the Santok Yai, balls in hand. That's all. It is what it is. So I think what something that's important, I think, with a fight like this is who engages first and how that engagement is. That first trade is really important, especially like we've talked about AVS. They really seem to be. They like to use their 85X. They like to use arrows, things like the lighter ships. They like to try to flit around the battle and try to outposition their opponent, try to wear down their boost, try to attack when they want to. So that is going to be very important for them to stay as evasive as they can, as long as they can, keep their boost pools high, et cetera, et cetera. And if Breaker Squadron keeps doing what we saw them doing last time, they're going to go for that more tanky approach. Like, they want that brawl to happen. They want it to happen early. They want it to happen while their boost pools are high. And they want to be able to aim, during that first engagement and try to win one of those fights and surprise them early. So it's going to be kind of a dance, I think. We might see some lighter ships, lighter fighters versus some of those a little bit heavier light fighters. So that'll be fun to watch.
Yep. Well, for those of you guys watching at home, we have our match about to get it going here shortly. Zero State, you'll be analyzing our matches today, and then I will be casting alongside Thunder Lake, who's going to be giving me that rundown of the matches here. But I believe we're all in the same boat. Honestly, Avenger Squadron very composed going into the finals, ran right through it. They didn't have any issues with any of their opponents. Breaker Squadron on the other side had to fight their way to this final battle. So I hope they're ready. And Zero State, we'll be right back here shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our match number 1 is about to begin here in Security Post Korea, baby. Here we go. We got Avenger Squadron Blue. We got Avenger 1 in the 85X. 4 Pigs in the Anvil Hawk. Andros in the Anvil Arrow. And then we got Breaker Squadron Nightfoe in the Band of Defender. Wiener, baby, hands on balls in that Santuck Yai. And then Cam's Quarters in the Gladius. So, hey, Thunder Lake, give me your thoughts, man, on these ship picks already in this match number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. Obviously, with the hands-on balls, we got Santuck Yai and the Defender as well coming out. I have seen some teams, use the Defender a little bit. It's been really interesting. I think that the Breaker Squadron is going over. They're trying to win via strat plus skill, so it's going to be very interesting to see those guys come into this. Avenger Squadron, not really much of a change in my opinion, but I think that it's going to be a great fight. I'm interested to see if these individuals switch ships out mid-match for round 2 and things like that. I love that change that we did this year. That's great. But yeah, basically, I think we're gonna see Winor and Nightfoe is in the Defender. Is that correct? And they're gonna be probably pushing up a little bit, trying to defend their third ship as well to make sure that they stay in a tight ball. Last couple fights that we had with them, they were really good at swapping targets. So if they can do that successfully here, Avenger Squadron is going to have a tough time breaking that shield wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting too. There is no NDBs on the Arrow. I've seen a lot of teams in the group stage using NDBs on the Arrow, to try to hopefully get in close and break that. But I think with these bigger ships, I think that strategy, I'm not sure if it's going to work as well. But here we go. into this. We're about to get our match started here shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We got Avenger Squadron Blue on the top and Breaker Squadron here on the bottom. Let's see who's going to win in this best of 3. Remember, guys, this is going to be best of 3. Only grand finals, winners finals, and losers finals will be best of 5 going into the top 6 tomorrow. So make sure you guys are showing some love to those teams you're rooting for in the chat. And here we go, Thunder Lake. Match 1 is about to begin.
All right, yeah, it looks like they're slowly moving in, potentially. We've got Andros Red falling close behind Avenger 1. Four Pigs is in that Hawk. Nightfoe, Weenor, Camcorders, all close together, following that Santuck Yai, hands on balls. We're looking over here. The eyes on Nightfoe. He's got his own teammate here locked in. They're just waiting to see the engagement. If any team pushes in and uses boost pool and gets separated from their team, they're going to get isolated and taken out for sure. So we got to watch out for this first initial engagement. We're going to see if each team kind of suss them out. A couple missiles coming out from Nightfoe over against Avenger Squadron. Not sure exactly who they are. A couple shots firing up. Okay, looks like Andros the Red and Avenger 1 are taken out. They're attacking Weenor. They're trying to get some shots on that Santuck Yai, get the shields down, maybe break apart Breaker Squadron. They're really close and tight together. Both teams kind of taking a look at this here. All right, they're just trying. They're not trying to use all their cap right now. They are going a little bit quick. Avenger Squadron pulling in. Avenger 1 pulling in there, trying to pull off some of the Breaker Squadron. They don't take the bait. Nightfoe engages. He's attacking Four Pigs right now. Oh, no. Four Pigs is in there. They're engaged directly. Nightfoe is getting lit up. He's taking some hits. The defender, he might go down. Nightfoe's got to get out of there unless he can take him out. Nightfoe has got to get out of there right now. Andros Red takes out Nightfoe. Down goes Nightfoe. It's 3-on-2. Avenger Squadron is in the lead right now. Andros the Red is still capitalizing, attacking Weenor. That Santuck Yai is super tanky though. Camcorders, he's going in for the fight. Can he do this? I'm not sure. He's going to pull out a little bit. Four Pigs going evasive. All right, looks like there's a little bit of a break. Avenger Squadron coming back in. AV1 taking out Camcorders. He's taking some hits. Camcorders in the Gladius. They're trying to hit Avenger 1. He's super evasive with that. Four Pigs swaps over to Weenor and the Santuck Yai. Direct nose-to-nose fight right now. Four Pigs versus Weenor right now. Who's going to win here? Santuck Yai, Hawk versus Hands on Balls. He's taking out Four Pigs. Four Pigs takes out Camcorders, and Avenger 1 takes out Weenor. It's over. Avenger Squadron has won 3-0. What a fight.
There we go. We got Avenger Squadron Blue taken out. No problem. Doesn't matter how tanky their ships are. They are able to take down Breaker Squadron 1-0. Avenger Squadron Blue taking that initial lead here. Now we need to see what Breaker Squadron is going to be able to do and hopefully adjust here moving forward into this next round number 2 here between Avenger Squadron Blue versus Breaker Squadron. So, yeah, man, first match so far, pretty, damn, that was pretty intense, but it seems like, you know, Avenger Squadron Blue had some good backup going against the Santuck Yai, especially while he was, you know, concentrating on Four Pigs there, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, no, definitely. They looks like Avenger Squadron were looking to take some shots at the Breaker Squadron. They obviously stuck together. Breakers stand strong, and basically they were trying to bait some shots out of onto Weenor, get his shields low a little bit. The Santuck Yai, knowing that it's going to be difficult to take them out. They then swapped over, targeting Nightfoe and the Hawk. It's a large target for a team fight there. 3-on-1. You're not going to do so well. Nightfoe took the fight. He didn't. I didn't see a full disengage from him, which wasn't a mistake in my opinion. There's not much you can do. It's basically a DPS trade at that point. It's just what unfortunately didn't happen is Weenor and Camcorders weren't able to get that secondary kill on Avenger Squadron. They were able to get out. Four Pigs and Avenger 1 taking some of the heat and being able to disengage and then re-engage as well. So, and it looks like Andros the Red, I don't think he was targeted fully there at that moment, but it just kind of snowballed after that initial fight, and Avenger Squadron were able to pick apart the pieces.
Yeah, it seems like they were able to get that Bandwidth Defender down first very quickly. Obviously, you know, has two shields on there, so they went, I mean, most of the team was tanky except the Gladius, but it looks like they chose to go after, you know, fully on that Bandwidth Defender the entire way. But it seems like we got some ship changes here across the board. It seems like we got Weenor, who's going to be in the Talon now, and then Nightfoe, instead of jumping back in that Bandwidth Defender, he's going to be jumping in that Anvil Hawk. So definitely some changes here across the board. You know, very, very impressive seeing just Avenger 1 in that 85X and surviving all of that mayhem that just happened. So,
Yeah, no, definitely. Nightfo is really talented in the Hawk. He brought it into the group stage and did really well with it. He's brawling it out. He's got good time on target, good DPS as well. So we're gonna have to watch out to see if they probably prioritize him again. I'm not sure. The talent is an interesting choice. It hadn't been chosen a lot in the group stage, from what I can see. But Wiener must be very practiced on it. It also has size 4s as well, so it's got a pretty good DPS. So if they can really get some isolated targets from Avenger Squadron as they are evasive or trying to disengage, if they can really break up that cohesion that Avenger Squadron has, Breakers could definitely take this. Cam's back in the Gladius as well. No changes from Avenger Squadron. They did swap over to the Hawk from the group stage. I believe they're running Arrow, Gladius, and the 85X, but I think they swapped over to the Hawk after seeing how much damage it can actually take in the team fight.
yeah, Hawk has been doing well. Remember that there is no EMPs allowed in this tournament. Unfortunately, EMPs are just, you know, doing double damage and not properly tuned yet currently. So, but the 85 Hawk definitely has some good firepower. So, love that it's being used. And we're right back down to some light fighters. You know, we were at mediums and you know, right back down to light fighters. But I definitely want to see how some of these teams are gonna, you know, go up against things like the Scorpius when, you know, when those are used here later on. But it should be a good one. But you know, I'm gonna say right here, right now, I think Avenger Squadron very, very poised takes up this next match and drops Breaker Squadron into the losers bracket. Which, by the way, you guys can check out the bracket yourselves, ! bracket in the channel, and you guys should be able to check that out. Or if you're watching from YouTube, it should be in the description for you.
All right, yeah, excellent. Yeah, they're moving in. I think the same strategy. They're looking to see if they can pick an isolated target, Avenger Squadron, with a bit of a loose formation, throwing shots at camcorders and Nightfoe here. They're locking to multiple. A couple missiles coming out, but unfortunately, they're not going to do much. The locking system and flares are working pretty good. Avenger Squadron's taking some shots over there at Nightfoe. They're just feeling each other out. Oh, 4 pigs. Engaging Nightfoe a little bit, but not totally there. They're still about 2k out. They're just, you know, tossing some shots out, see if they can get a couple hits, see if they can bait a reaction from the other team right now. Trying to avoid fire here. A couple NDB shots going on to Nightfoe.
Yeah, very, very tight here on Breaker Squadron so far. They're just trying to stay together here. And, you know, I mean, I'm watching right now, seeing Avenger Squadron being a little bit separated here. But let's see what action they're going to kind of engage in.
Yep. Could be a bit of a strategy here. I think that maybe Avenger 1 will probably try to peel a couple off, maybe go in there, take the heat from some of the individuals. Andros and 4 pigs will probably end up picking a target, sticking to it, merging, and then taking them out. And then that'll throw the fight completely in their way. Breaker Squadron doing a really smart play by sticking together, not taking any baits. Avenger 1 blowing through, taking a look. They're engaging Wiener. They're attacking Wiener right now. He's under pressure. He's taking shots. And down Wiener goes. Instantly, just one tap, basically. The entire team just comes in and completely eviscerates him. Now Nightfoe and camcorders are trying to pick shots. Avenger 1 is right on the tail of camcorders. He's in trouble. He's got NDBs right on his tail. Andros the Wet is also picking him up, and camcorders goes down. It's just up to Nightfoe. Can he do a 3v1? It's going to be extremely difficult. Avenger 1 reprioritizing target. Nightfoe is in a 1v1 right now with Andros the Red. 4 pigs, it looks like he's also down. They traded Nightfoe and Avenger 1. Andros the Red coming in. They're basically picking him apart. Moving in, moving out. Not much here. They're looking at Nightfoe. 1.4, Andros the Red. Engaging Avenger 1. Nightfoe can get this if he can take out Avenger 1. He's under trouble. He's in trouble. The arrow's right behind him. Avenger 1 is letting him up. And then Nightfoe goes down.
Not doing it here today. Yep, Avenger Squadron goes up 2-0 and puts them forward into the bracket here, and Breaker Squadron drops down to the losers bracket, unfortunately. But I mean, I one thing I gotta say, you know, they did their best, but man, Wiener went down so fast there, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, no, the Talon, I mean, it's a good choice, but when you have 3 very, very strong and accurate pilots jump on you in a moment, you only have, but, you know, 5 to 8 seconds to really do anything, make any movers. And it just looks like Avenger Squadron was able to get in. They found the weakness. They targeted Weenor. Unfortunately, he was outside of his Santuck Yai, and unfortunately, they just took him down.
Yep. All right, well, let's get back to the desk here with our good and incredible analyst, Zero State. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what he has to say about this fight.
That was
No chance
two fights with two different themes for me. All right. Fight one, to me, the theme came across as experimentation. Right. We saw Breaker tried the Banu and the Santuck Yai. They were thinking, let's tank this, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if they can deal with size 2 shields. Let's see how they focus, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately for them, fortunately for AVS went, the Banu Defender's still made of paper, aside from the shields, and they just went hard on that thing. So that experiment didn't work. Kudos to Breaker Squadron, right? In the second fight, they adjusted. They said, all right, they've got a bunch of light ships. Let's get some lighter ships, kind of keep our 2 size 1 shield thing going on. Let's try to hit them the way that they're hitting us, and let's just focus on staying together. It sounds like to me that in their comms, they probably said, hey, we have to stay together. If any one of us gets caught out, right, we're going to get focused really hard. AVS is very good about the teamwork and the coordination. So for fight 2, for me, I feel like the fight theme was coordination, right? It felt like AVS was really coordinating, switching targets, attacking targets in the right way. There was kind of an interesting thing in there that Weenor was down really fast in that Talon. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, if that was a little collision or...
A little collision,
yeah.
It
Yeah,
was.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It was kind of hard to see in the moment. And so, and that changes the whole fight, right? He stays alive, he blows through that, he gets to help his other teams. Something I noted before that fight started, I just wrote this question down to myself. Can Cam's quarters peel people off the Hawk and the Talon when those 2 ships are focused? Because you want to get the Hawk out, it vomits. You can't let the Hawk third party. You want to get the Talon out because that's a tough ship to let third party and run around, unchallenged. And so I figured to myself, one of those 2 ships is going to be focused first. The Talon, I think, was focused first. But my question was, can Cam's quarters peel people off of that or use that to their advantage to get kills while those people are focusing on the Hawk or the Talon? And I think that was the idea. The Talon just went down too fast, and that kind of changed the whole fight. That threw a wrench in their coordination, and AVS was able to stick with theirs. So AVS comes out 2-0.
Yeah, that collision did not look like anything intentional, by the way. It just looked like, people just trying to dogfight. But I mean, that Talon was going down.
In these fights, collisions
very
are never
anyways.
intentional. These guys want to win with guns,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys see people collide in these fights, it was accidental.
What happened there? I'll tell you, the Talon cockpit. It doesn't have like a huge, great upper. I'm sure Weenor was pulling up, looking to get back in the fight, and 4Pigs was just literally just gunning for him and just going for that kill. So they merged on him from the top, and then when Weenor pulled back in, 4Pigs was just in that motion. You can't even really evade it. I think he even tried to downstrafe there. You see how they go on? They pick Weenor as a target. Vendor 1 starts to bait some shots. Weenor takes the fight with Andros Red, the arrow, but unfortunately the arrow was a little bit evasive. He blows through. Then we have the Hawk and Avenger 1 just picking Weenor. He turns around, and there's 4Pigs. It just clips the top side of the ship. And 4Pigs with that Hawk, it's got a little peacock back end. So,
those side wings that stick out.
Exactly.
About a week after the Wolf came out, I got the little wolf fin at the bottom. I was in a Gladius, and somebody destroyed my ship by hitting me with that fin, and it drove me nuts.
Oh. Yeah, I heard that's an upgrade actually you can purchase. No, I'm just kidding around.
That's right. The more money you spend on the Wolf, I think the longer that fin gets, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's bladed and stuff for sure.
Yeah, it's a blade pack. You can buy it on the pledge store. 10 foot long.
You can buy it on the pledge store. Well, overall, good fights there. Avenger Squadron, moves on here. Breaker Squadron drops down, but at least it's not over yet, right? They can make a losers bracket run and hopefully get there. So let's take a quick look at the updated bracket, so that way you guys at home understand where things are moving forward and where things are dropping. It's not updated yet. So, anyways, but Avenger Squadron will move on to fight either Iron Point and Platoon. Again, this is going to be the first cross-region battle. In our next matchup is going to be across APAC and EMEA. So that should be very, very interesting to watch. I can't wait to watch that one. I feel like a lot of these regions have different strategies. So let's see how they kind of adapt and adjust. But we'll have the bracket here updated here shortly. once we get everything moved forward here. But guys, next matchup here, we got Iron Point versus Plain We got Kozuka, Anvil Arrow. We got General in the Buccaneer. We got Husky Pie in the Hawk. We got System UD in the Asperia Talon, Red X Priest in the Scorpius, and then Moment XR in the Anvil Hawk. Zero State, we'll kick it off to you, man. Any predictions on this next matchup coming up here? APAC versus EU.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what the Scorpius can do. I think teams are still teasing this out. They're still experimenting with, tankier ships, and they're trying to force the other team. In this case, they're trying to force Iron Point into deciding what are they going to do with the Scorpius. Are we going to focus that? We're going to hard focus that early and try to maim it, try to make it nav out, or are we going to allow it to kind of get that third party? We're going to allow it to try to get some position and be that support ship that people have kind of been using these more medium and larger fighters as. So that's going to be really interesting to see. I think the Talon's job is going to be really strong here from Plane. The Talon's job is going to be to peel. Your job is to peel the enemy off of whoever else gets focused and hope that you can be evasive if you get focused. So that's going to be a big challenge for System UD. There's a lot resting on System UD's shoulders with this one, to be honest with you. Hawk,
All right.
Buccaneer, Arrow. The only surprise there for me might be the Buccaneer a little bit. I think that they might be trying to hope to use the Buccaneer as a bit of a boom and zoomer. Maybe they're going to run the Hawk and the Buccaneer as a pair of boomer zoomers. That could be a pretty good. I mean, that's a lot of laser vomit coming out. If they can stay together and focus fire together, the Buck and the Hawk can create a nasty crossfire. So we'll see what happens here.
Yep, and no NDB so far from what I'm seeing on our status sheet. All weapons have been CF repeaters so far. But Thunder, like your thoughts on this next matchup coming up? Iron Point versus Planktoon.
All right, so
right.
Planet Tune, I think. But basically, I see that Iron Point definitely has their things together. They came in first place in a couple other competitions as well, or second place, I apologize. And they do really well together. They've been training and practicing for lots of hours as well. I'm somewhat unfamiliar with Play Neptune. I'm not sure exactly if I saw any of the matches that they have come out, but I'm sure that a couple of the pilots, it's going to be a really good fight regardless. 3v3, there's a lot that can go on. One mistake on the team can really cost the team. Once you get into that 2v3, it's pretty much over. So if Plain Tune can go in and take on Iron Point, really focus on some of those more squishy targets and get some shots on target, they can stick together, they can focus fire, and they can take one of those out, like Janelle or Kazuka. That'll be extremely dangerous for the Iron Point. But you can't sleep on Hush Pies. Like, he's gonna, really be third partying like a champion. So you better watch out. I think Iron Point will take this next one for sure.
All right. Quick update here on the match arena. I want to thank Beef Offering. Thank you for contributing directly. We have G-Lock. Appreciate you guys as well. And then Lightning Sids. Thank you guys, everybody who's contributing and claiming the free coupon, guys. Thank you for continuing to bolster that price pool, that crowdfunded price pool. Again, we're currently at 2183.79. I don't know what's going on with these cents. I'm gonna have to round that up after the event. But they just, every time people round that up, they get a little bit of, what do you call it, like ADHD. They're like, oh, we need to round that up. So, but yeah. But I believe we have our next match coming up. So Zero State, thank you so much for that, analyst, man. I appreciate it. I think I don't know, man. I think these next matches coming up here, and the top 6 is going to be probably the most interesting, like the most intense matches we're going to see across the board. I think Planeptune, I think they're going to take it easy in the beginning, but let's see how it all turns out and see if they can adjust to how, EMEA in Americas are currently playing at this time. So we'll be right back, brother.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Enter Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
Fighter Flight 2955 has been brought to you in part by Tobii Gaming. Unlock the next level of immersion in Star Citizen with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. MT Sim. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Icon City. Dominate the game with over 600 Star Citizen icons and hotkeys right at your fingertips with the click of a button.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here for our next matchup. We got Iron Point versus Planeptune here in the next match. So we're just getting a couple things fixed here and getting ready. But, Thunder Lake, one thing I wanted to ask is how do you feel these servers are going to hold up in a cross-regional battle, especially EU versus APAC? Have you had experience there? And what do you think? Is it going to be okay?
I've had some experience there. I think it'll probably be fine. There's probably going to be maybe 100 millisecond lag. You might see some jittery things, but I think that with these private servers, these custom lobbies that in Arena Commander, it's not going to be that much of an issue, if any at all. Most individuals are probably practiced on playing both their primary region and NA, just because some of the latency issues aren't as bad there and the connections are pretty solid. I'm more interested to see what these ship choices come into play for the individuals playing. I think those will play more of a role than the connectivity.
Gotcha. That's good to hear. I know people always talk about, what do you call it? Cross-regional battles and having, their, what do you call it? Their IP or their what do you call it? Their ping. There you go. Got
millisecond. Their millisecond ping. You're good.
Yeah. So they're, the ping's being too high, but I think 100 should be. I think that should be pretty decent until we're in a what do you call it? In a LAN environment, I would say, where that stuff wouldn't matter. We actually, believe it or not, in LA Citizen Con, we actually tried doing offline, but man, that was not a good that was not a great experience, where we tried to do our creative tournament, but still everybody had a lot of good time. Everybody had fun overall. Everybody got to play Pyro back then. So and then I'm not sure if you guys I'm pretty sure the entire PvP community heard, but I'm not sure if you saw Spectrum a few days ago, where they're talking about already testing somewhat of a new flight model. So hopefully this time around we get we get some good stuff, you know.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. We definitely heard that. Everyone's looking to see if they can get in there, really test it, bend it, break it, kind of take it over. A lot of the PvP styles that we've seen, we had before a bit more positional fighting, especially when it comes down to the 1v1s. A lot of dogfighting skill comes down to that, because you can really grind the ranks, and you kind of like, you can definitely see every mistake you make adds up in those 1v1 fights. Even in group fights too, when the fight style isn't favoring positional fights and you're kind of aim trading individuals, it really makes it a little more stagnant and stale, because you don't have that much flight expression. So, you know, with this new flight model coming in, I'm sure a lot of the pilots are very excited to just jump in and really get their hands dirty in there. I think most of the first wave went out because they're testing more of like a player versus environment style, you know, individuals that like have been practicing those. They want to get that exposure. I'm sure they're going to send out another wave maybe for more of the PvP focused players. I know a lot of the organizations didn't get a lot of invites to that that I'm familiar with. So I think we're all just kind of, you know, biding our time and waiting for that chance to offer really good and solid feedback. I think there's a lot of dedicated folks that really want to see the flight model be something that the pilot can express themselves both mechanically, basically, you know, movement wise, and bring the whole team together.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this I ain't gonna lie, one thing I do like about master modes, and you know, people are gonna probably stole me for this, but I don't care what anybody says, but actually, you know, giving the roles of the ship is something that has been a lot more different. And even though people don't like master modes, like seeing, you know, the dogfighting scene today, I kind of like how, you know, interceptors are being used. I kind of like how everything's being used, you know. So, but you know, we're gonna push to try to get, you know, a lot of these ships. I wish I could have seen things like, you know, the F8C, one of my favorite ships, out today, but because it's not rentable in Arena Commander, you know, it can't be used in tournaments. So I'm hoping that we can push to getting, you know, hopefully all the ships, regardless of whether it's squadron battles or free flight, being able to be used across the board, regardless of the mode. So, but
Agreed.
that's one thing I really like about master modes is those, you know, ships actually having a proper role and them being used. Back then, it was always Blade and Talon, or it was Saber Talon, or it was, you know, F7A Talon, right? So, or F7C. You know, Talon. So that was the main composition, you know, in fight or flight, you know, a year or two ago. And now it's like, you know, now you're seeing so much variety, and I'm here for it, you know.
Yeah, no, definitely. The range and the variation of the ship choices is definitely a lot in a much healthier space right now. So it's going to be great. Oh, looks like we're in the match here. Crucian, do you have anything we want to go over?
No, not right now. We should be, I believe countdown is going to begin here shortly, and teams are going to start here. Iron Point versus Planeptune. Real quick, we got Kazuka in the Anvil Arrow, General Drake Buccaneer, Husky Pie in the Anvil Hawk, System UD for Planeptune in the Spirit Talon, Red X Priest Scorpius, Moment XR in the Anvil Hawk, and the match is now underway. Let's see how let's see how these bigger ships hold up versus Iron Point.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We're looking at Husky Pie showing up in the Hawk again, familiar choice. The Scorpius with its wings folded, trying to produce a little bit lower flight profile, maybe to shake off some hits in the early stages of the fight once every team is feeling themselves out. System UD is scanning for the enemy targets. He's going over there. They're definitely moving, using SPK a little bit as a guide, taking a look. Slowly moving in. Janelle is going to be a real nightmare in that Buccaneer. If he can get on target, hit some of those ships down. But the Scorpius, it can keep up at times. So you have to be careful, because that Buccaneer will get taken down by that Scorp if it can chase it long enough. We'll see.
Yeah, like
looks like good.
Like I mentioned before, Planeptune is going to always be very, very calm. The way that APAC regions were playing when we did their matches, literally was like 10 p.m. at night Central Time. Very early for them. They were playing very, very passive. So let's see how this plays out for them.
System UD is making a choice in this. The Talon, he's moving in on Kazuka, the Arrow. They're putting some pressure on Moment. They're trying to target. Kazuka's taking evasive action right now. His shields are down. The Talon's chasing him, but he's lost. He's got to turn around and get back to his team right now. Red Priest also chasing. They're both chasing right now. Kazuka is totally out of the fight, but he's re-engaged. He's now taking a 1v1 with the Scorpius. The Scorpius is caught up to him right now. The Scorpius is moving back to the team right now. Planet Neptune is completely split up right now. They're moving together. Iron Point has one individual out. Janelle moving in. Both teams took this little initial engagement right now. Kazuka needs to regenerate resources. He's about half boost right now. System UD in the arrow is also targeting Kazuka as well. He's in the Talon. Right now, both teams are trying to reprioritize here. Janelle trying to get a pick. Looking over at the Talon, they form back up. They form back up with Kazuka, and both teams have now got their resources back and are ready for a re-engagement. That was a little bit hectic there. Kazuka took a little bit of hull damage, but not too much. He was able to get out of there. The Planet Neptune really just jumped on him. Christian, what do you think?
Yeah, that was very interesting so far. I mean, I saw a lot of damage going into Red X Priest and into that Scorpius nose. I saw a little bit of what do you call it, separation on Iron Point, hitting different targets. So they just need to be on that same, on the same point and switch when they need to. But this could be very, very dangerous as Planeptune, like I said, they slow down the matches. They are not going to play Iron Point speed. They're going to slow it down and try to take control.
Iron Point pushing in. They're both focusing Kazuka again a little bit. He's kind of used the arrow with his deflections, his evasion. They're trying to see if they can bait out, looks like Planet Neptune to go attack, and then Janelle and Husky Pie will go in. Husky Pie closing in right now with the Anvil Hawk. Hawk versus Hawk right now. Janelle also putting some pressure on the Hawk. The Hawk again taking down. Shields are down. Kazuka, all of Iron Point is on the Hawk. He's taking some heavy hits. Can he get out? The Buccaneer, Janelle switches off of the Hawk right now. No kills right now just so far. They're moving out. Everyone's still up. Red X Priest chasing out Iron Point. They did a little bit of damage, but Moment XR able to escape the Iron Point slaughterhouse. Kazuka again putting some pressure on Red X Priest. Looking around for the ship. They're getting the shields down of that Scorpius. They're trying to pick it apart as it's separated from the team, chasing out Iron Point.
Right now, Red Priest looks
Red
like
Priest
he's
is blacked out, unfortunately. He's running, but he was able to get far enough away, and Iron Point didn't identify that he was blacked out there, giving him what he needed to get back to his team.
All right, here we go. It looks like we're getting another reset here. Teams are just currently getting back the resources, and again, Planeptune just playing their way and slowing things down. Iron Point trying to get some shots currently right now. Getting some small hits here, but not enough. Let's see what happens here next. We're going to get another pass. We haven't seen these, not many ships have too much damage, but
all right, they're going
doing a good job at evading.
Yep, they're hitting Moment XR.
Away.
They're taking out. Is he getting hits again? Will the damage be enough? Iron Point taking 3-on-1, and Husky Pie takes out Moment XR. He goes down. It's a 2-on-3. Iron Point has the lead. System Mud is going to be taking some hits. He's trying to escape. He's in nav mode. He's flying away. He's got out. Right now, Red X Priest is putting that damage on Kazuka. He's red hulled. Kazuka's got to get out of there right now. Can that Scorpius finish off Kazuka? Right now, it's a 3-on-2. If they can take down Kazuka, it's a 2-on-2. He's out.
Nope, he's gone. Kazuka was able to get away. He needs to get those shields back up currently right now. But Iron Point doing a great job at getting Moment XR
Husky
out
Pie
of
taken
the
out.
way currently right now, and you seeing Red X Priest trying to get some damage on Kazuka once again and trying to chase him down, but that's not going to work here. Shields are back up, so it's going to be another tough spot in a 3v2 situation right now, team.
They're taking out Red X Priest right now. The Red X Priest shields are down. He's pushing away right now. They're pushing on. The Iron Point really pushing Red X Priest, and they kept on attacking him right now. System MUD needs to get in there. I know there's some hull damage on Kazuka. They really need to work together to take out Kazuka right now, and then they can focus on Janelle and Husky Pie. Maybe focus the Buccaneer, get it to run away and disengage. I'm not sure exactly what Planet Neptune's plan is right now, but we'll see right now. They're taking it slow, just like you said, Crucian. This fight can break off at any moment right now, and Kazuka can only take a few more hits before he's down.
Yeah, I mean, General and Husky Pie is going to have to kind of bring it back up, but it looks like Kazuka's taking damage, if I'm not mistaken. No, he's not. He's good.
He's nab merging. He's nab merging in right now. They're going to try to take out Red X Priest. Red X Priest is now also in nab merge right now. They're coming out of nav right now. They're focusing Red X Priest, it looks like. They're hitting that. Oh, they're attacking the Buccaneer as well. Red Priest taking a couple shots. System MUD is also fighting. Right now, Husky Pie is fighting right now. System Mid still, his shields are down. System MUD needs to get the hell out of there right now. He's taking some heavy hits. That Talon is going to be taken down. That Buccaneer is chasing him. Janelle is also going to be focusing that Talon. Kazuka getting shot by Red X Priest. Red X Priest is just trying to take out Kazuka. Can they focus that Scorpius? The Scorpius shields are down now. Red X Priest is taking some heavy hits. He is now outside of the ship. System MUD takes out Kazuka. It's a 2-on-2. This could go either way.
All right, here we go. The APAC region is completely showing up right now and showing what they got no matter what. But that Scorpius is red. So let's see if Husky Pie and both Gentle can make this happen for their team. You see Red X Priest. Shields are down, taking damage there. This could be that damage that they need to take him out. Red X Priest trying to get away and get those shields back up as soon as they can. System Udui is so far away, nowhere to be found, but still right now, as you mentioned, we still got this 2-on-2 situation right now. Iron Point versus Planeptune. Planeptune doing a great job and making this a 2v2, giving them a chance to stay alive and not going down 1-0 here against Iron Point.
They're not going to give up quickly, right? They're focusing that Scorpius again. Its shields are down. And then Red Rex Priest takes the hit. He's down. It's just up to System MUD. Husky Pie and Janelle can definitely clinch this if they take him down. System MUD has a few shots. Husky Pie's going in. Now or never. Give it your all. They're going to focus him. Husky Pie is taking the hits. And he's down. Iron Point takes it round one.
Here we go. 1-0 here to Planeptune. It wasn't easy for Iron Point. They had to fight for it. They had to play for it. But this is very exciting. Overall, this is an EMEA team versus an APAC team. And this is the action we like to see here at Fighter Flight 2955. What a match, man. That was actually incredible.
That was epic. That was crazy. Nice work. Great fight. Great fight.
Yep, that was absolutely great. Let's see if we, if Planeptune stick to their ships, or if we see any changes going into this next round. But Planeptune has one more chance to tie it up and go into a game 3. If not, Iron Point is if they play again, if they play well, if maybe they already have Planeptune figured out, maybe they'll make those strategic adjustments and take it 2-0 and move on into the bracket to go up against Avengers Squadron Blue.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting. There looks like they're getting wrapped up again. I think there's no choice changes here. We've got Moment XR in the Hawk as well. So, yeah, I mean, if they're going to go against Avenger Squadron in round 2, whoever wins this, I mean, it could go either way here. We saw in that fight, Iron Point take it really easy. They were trying to push in, trying to get some sort of opening. Planeptune just not taking in, not taking any of the baits. They were focused. They were coordinated. Both teams, it's a real nail biter, this one. We're going to see probably a back and forth again. Like you said, Planeptune playing the slow game, trying to get those isolated pockets, and over time, they were able to take down Kazuka, and but just Red X Priest just took too much damage in that last fight. So it's going to be very interesting to see what this team does, and we'll go from there.
I mean, I like that each region has their own way of playing, and that's totally fine. We almost saw that played out very well for Planeptune here, in this match number 1 or round number 1. I apologize, but I mean, seeing Iron Point, had Kazuka go down, and it wasn't easy to take down that Scorpius, right? It's not easy. If that Scorpius can be, have that accuracy that it needs, I think that Planeptune could have had that win, but I just saw Red X Priest just take way too much damage towards the middle of the match there. But it's going to be very exciting, man, to see how both team adjust. And this is what competition is all about, right? Adjusting to your opponent on the fly here for this round number 2. That's going to be very exciting to watch.
Yep. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Janelsa does with the Buccaneer as well. He was, focused, coordinated, attacking the targets that needed to take some shots. The mistake here by Red X Priest with the blackout was unpunished, and they were able to regenerate resources. Both teams prioritizing their capacitor, they're basically a boost pool as well. Obviously, make sure that everyone's putting full power into all their weapons and shields. We don't have a full breakdown of all the components. I believe everyone's using probably Palisade shields with a few of the other CF repeaters. Let's see if we have anything else here. Yep. Looks like we do have the same exact breakdown here. Kazuka in the Anvil Arrow, Janol in the Drake Buccaneer, Husky Pie in the Anvil Hawk, System UD in the Talon, Red X Priest in the Scorpius, and Moment XR in the Anvil Hawk. Husky Pie and Moment XR are the brawlers right now. Kazuka is going to... Okay, we're getting into it. They're just going in...
match has already begun here, and we see Iron Point trying to feel them out. I'm honestly glad Planeptune did not change their strategy out. They're like, hey, we took down one of Iron Point's. We just need to strategize what we're doing a little bit better, and let's see if it works out for them here in this round number 2 here.
Yeah, no, exactly. Agreed. Looks like Kazuka is playing the bait strategy, maybe, showing the deflection. Husky Pie is the target right now in that Anvil Hawk. That is a great target for Planeptune to focus. It's a large target. It can be taken down. Janol will be able to disengage quite easily with that Buccaneer in its high boost pool. They're just trading out some shots right now. The Talon, they're firing at Husky Pie. Moment XR is looking. Husky Pie is taking a couple hits, but he's 1.9. There's not really... Kazuka moves in. They're going to take on Moment XR in the Hawk. They're focusing. Kazuka's taking the shields down. He's taking hull damage. He's getting pushed off with the switch. The quick switch over. He's on Moment XR. They're fighting the Buccaneer. The Buccaneer, Moment XR is taking some heavy hits. Janelle moves out. You can't chase that Buccaneer. You got to move on. Oh, he's taking some hits. Looks like System MUD is moving out right now. They're all focusing each other. Kazuka coming back in, trying to get some hits on that Talon. System MUD is out. Red X Priest chasing out the Hawk. The Hawk is out. Janelle moving in, taking some damage. Both teams are basically focused on firing each other, trying to switch the targets. Red X Priest is coming back in. He's taking some damage. He's got some hull damage. It's not that much right now. So we're looking at people trying to regroup. Moment XR is in nav mode, flying back to his team.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of damage here.
Yep, they're putting on some damage. Right now, Red X Priest is taking some hits. And Moment XR is still not safe. Still not safe. He's got to get out of there. Got to get back to his team.
Yeah, if they can pick him off right now, that would be very bad. But right now, Moment XR with a little bit of that mid-hull damage here. But there was a lot of switching there. And one thing I'll say here is that while this action is all happening is that, this is going to be a challenge here for Free Flight where they have to switch onto the proper target and be able to get that damage in.
They're focusing right now. Husky Pie, they're focusing the Anvil Hawk. Oh, no. The Hawk is taking some hits. He's trying to peel his teammate here. Husky Pie, the Scorpius is just not doing enough damage. And Janelle takes out Moment XR. They're pushing in right now. The Scorpius is trying to get some shots on. It's not effective at the moment. Husky Pie just lasering System MUD right now. Red X Priest putting some damage on, but it's not enough. Janelle is just peppering that Scorpius and taking shots down. Husky Pie is now nabbed. He's disengaged. Kazuka is just doing damage and damage and damage. Red X Priest just can't take much more of that damage. He's getting shots on. The Scorpius is tanking it. He's pushing away. And that's what they got. Right now, Iron Point took down one. Kazuka looking for a target. Janelle focusing up. They're just switching. They're switching opponents, getting their boost pools up, getting their shields back up, playing the long game. And that's what won them the last round as well. They played the game that Planeptune was in. Take a couple bait shots at the Scorpius who's flying by. Both teams are now reforming. System MUD needs to get into this fight. Red X Priest needs to put on some more damage on the tail, on the third party. Right now, Husky Pie, Janelle, and Kazuka doing a good job of switching targets and disengaging at the right time. What do you think, Crucian?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, you see System MUD is just not being in the fight at all, man. I feel like there's a lot of miscommunication here from, Planeptune right now in what to engage on and what to target currently. That's Iron Point is just taking advantage of that currently and just, taking that leap and bounds and getting ahead. And I think right now from when we see it, from where we stand,
System MUD is down.
Iron Point is just going to go ahead and take this matchup 2-0 unless we can see a miracle here from Red X Priest where the Scorpius is going to 1v3, but I don't think that's going to happen today.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, Crucian. The Scorpius is taking too many hits. He's boosting out. He's just not even putting any damage on right now. Iron Point is literally just decimating this team at the moment. Red X Priest needs to get some shots on. Maybe hope for a collision from the Iron Point team as they chase the Scorpius. Right now, the Scorpius is down, and Iron Point takes it.
GG's. Iron Point goes up 2-1. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta give all the love and respect to Planeptune, and they played very well just towards the end of that last matchup, that last round, man. I just felt like there was a lot of miscommunication. You know, System UD just being a little bit too far away from their teammates. They didn't stick together. But Iron Point did a very good job adjusting and coming it out 2-0.
Yeah, nice work, Iron Point. Great play, Plan Neptune. They definitely did a good job trying their best when it came to the fights. Unfortunately, Iron Point was just they were on point here if you catch, but they were able to focus up, take down the opponents, and systematically eliminate one after the other. And Plan Neptune weren't able to pull it through. There was a mention as well that the Scorpius doesn't have the accurate capacitors as in the PU, so it does have less reduced shots. It is a tanky ship. It is an interceptor tuned ship, so it is not a terrible choice, but unfortunately it didn't pull through. It didn't do the damage that they needed it to do versus Kazuka, who was being evasive. Husky Pie and Janelle were able to take that one. So yeah, I'm interested to see what these guys do.
Yep, let's get over to the desk here and get some thoughts here from Zero State on this last battle, Iron Point versus Planeptune. All right, we're back here, man. That was a fight, man. That was a dog fight, Zero State. Yeah. Jump right into it, man. What are your thoughts there?
I liked how different those two fights were. The first fight, really tentative, really trying to feel each other out. Like, people are trying to say, who's going to engage first? Who's going to engage first? There's a lot of conversation. Some things get muddy. I think it was Play Neptune. They kind of won that first trade just barely. They did some focus fire on the arrow. I think their goal was to try to get the arrow out. And I could be wrong there, but it seemed like they were really trying to focus. Moments XR in the Scorpius tried so hard to kill that arrow and just couldn't come away with it. And I don't think that necessarily cost their team the battle. I think there was a few decisions that led to that. But that arrow staying alive was a huge part of it. I think the fight theme for that fight, I've kind of been doing this with each fight, is kind of creating a theme in my head, is kind of surprise focus. It seemed like there was a lot of like, all right, now. There's probably a lot of in their comms, there's probably like, go now, right? A lot of moments like that, it seemed like the fight just changed. There was big turns in the fight. And the other thing I wrote down during that fight was somehow the Talon survived. It was like somehow Palpatine survived. That Talon just made it through so many times. But, you know, that was a fun fight to watch. Sometimes those long, drawn-out fights, a little bit of nav mode is used, a little bit more evasiveness, a little bit of those resets. That can be kind of fun to watch, too. So these big knockout brawls like Fight 2, you know, that's always fun to watch. But I kind of enjoy those longer, drawn-out fights. There's a little bit more strategy. There's a little bit more. I mean, there's one thing to be said about your comms being good moment to moment, but there's another thing to be said for your comms being good for like 10 minutes. Can you keep your comms quality up for that long in a 3v3 team fight? And that was kind of fun to watch Iron Point do maybe a little bit better in Fight 1. In Fight 2, we didn't see any ship changes, which wasn't very surprising. I think both teams thought that their chances were pretty good in Fight 2. Because Fight 1 was pretty close. There was a couple of different situations in the first fight where you know, one thing swung one direction or one decision kind of changed the trajectory of that fight. And I think both teams recognized that. So for me, it was, you know, my thing of it was, can Play Neptune adjust just a little bit and swing some of those decisions in their favor? And obviously we saw that wasn't, you know, the fight went differently, right? To me, this fight's theme was bait and switch. It felt like Iron Point was doing a very good job of, they recognized, hey, they want our arrow dead. And I think they're going to take that same approach again, which they did. The Scorpius really, really wanted that arrow dead. He was shooting at him the entire time. Well, not the entire time, but a big percentage of the time that Scorpius was really focusing on the arrow. I think they wanted to get that arrow out. They really wanted to do that. And they just couldn't make that happen. I think the arrow recognized that. I think that they realized, like, hey, we got to protect this ship. We got to protect it, because this is what their game plan is during this fight. And they did a really good job of that, and, you know, took the fight.
Yeah, overall, I think it was very good strategies. I mean, seeing Planeptune, you know, go 2v2 in that first round, I felt like, you know, maybe they had it. Maybe they were able to coordinate enough. It's just, you know, and, you know, you mentioned them targeting that arrow as soon as possible and trying to get that arrow down and just couldn't do it. So very good job on Iron Point to be able to disengage in those moments. And that was overall a very good extended fight. Well, one thing I will mention to everybody that's watching, you know, people are probably thinking like, hey, why are we using squadron battles? I mean, I totally understand, but the thing is with squadron battles is that these fights are going long. So after every round, we'll have to reset lobby, and we want to respect everybody's time that is in the tournament. So, I mean, they have to deal with a little bit of a targeting in free flight, but I think overall it's that the action is still heavy there, and I'm absolutely loving it. Thunder, like, any last thoughts on this round, on this match number 2, Iron Point versus Neptune?
No, I think the match played out pretty good. It was very exciting. I'm glad to see that both teams capitalizing on their strengths there. Neptune really slow and methodical, trying to pick apart Iron Point, and Iron Point really capitalizing on their switching targets, their overtime, taking down damage, and just accruing that damage. Also, we had Kazuka really focus and stay alive. That was a huge play in that beginning one, like Zero State said. So really good analysis there on kind of what played out in the fight. And no, it was great. It was entertaining to watch. I had a great time, and it just sometimes during those slow areas when teams are just getting resources, they're talking, they're planning, and like you mentioned, Christian, that endurance, right? That endurance of the fight. If it goes long, can your comms last? Are you used to the fight ending early, or only going for a couple minutes? But that fight endurance, that group cohesion needs to remain the entire fight, and in those final moments, that's when it really matters.
Hey, that's where that practice comes in every single time. Practice does matter. Comms, everything, going up against other teams, but it's overall great. Let's take a look at our updated bracket right now. Now that Iron Point moves on to go up against Avenger Squadron Blue, going up 2-0 here so far. And our next matchup is going to be Shadow Moses versus Cinderborn. Shadow Moses being a champion for 2 years in a row here for Fight or Flight. Is it 3? Is it 2? I'll have to go back and check the archives here. But very, very strong team. Very composed. Probably, a lot of people are saying some of the favorites that may win. But honestly, man, I can see this go any single way. I'm very glad we moved on to 3v3 because we're seeing a lot of ship composition, a lot of changes across the board, a lot of strategy being changed in between rounds. That is what competition is all about, man. I was even telling the PvP council, yo, let's do some bans, but I know they didn't want to do that, but it's okay. Maybe in the future we'll put one ship ban per team, which I think would definitely make teams strategize a little bit more. But let's see what that new flight model looks like. But anyways, jumping right into it. Our next matchup here, Shadow Moses versus Cinderborn Thunder Lake. I'll throw it over to you first. What you got?
All right,
here?
yeah. Two great teams, two amazing groups. They're always looking for fights. Shadow Moses, obviously notorious for their fighter capabilities. They're putting in countless hours, practice, time, experience. It all will play a part here in Fight or Flight. Cinderborn as well, really locking it in, a newer based PvP organization. They're really putting up a strong showing here in Fight or Flight today. It's going to be a crazy, interesting fight. I'm interested to see what the ship compositions are. Last time that we saw Shadow Moses switch out some composition on their team to bring out some tankier ships. I believe they brought the Santuck, the Scorpius, and the Hawk to really out tank, I believe, 388 in one of those fights, and it really shined. Cinderborn as well has been practicing quite extensively. I know their individuals aren't anyone to be scoffed at, and I believe they had a substitution for one of their individuals, Fearless Chickens, coming in to this fight. Is that correct?
Yep.
A great pilot joining Cinderborn here will really amp up the team, and it could go either way. My money would probably be on the Fight or Flight champions from last year, but at the same time, obviously, we're looking to see that really engaging close fight. I'm not sure exactly how this will play out. I have a tendency to think that it'll be a singular mistake that really costs the team, and we'll see a snowball from there, a perpetual snowball.
Yep, Zero State, your thoughts on this prediction here, Shadow Moses versus Cinderborn?
Yeah, this is a list of people who have killed me a lot in the video game StarCitizen. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm just like, I've died to you. I've died to you. I've died to you. So to me, as somebody like I PvP quite a bit mostly in the PU. So to me, I see this as a list of killers, right? This is a list of people who we're going to see these people make good decisions. We've seen it in the past. I think the real key here is, what does Shadow Moses come out with, and how does Cinderborn adjust to that? That's been kind of the theme from a lot of fights against Shadow Moses, is how is this team going to adjust to what Shadow Moses tries to do? Clearly, we know that Shadow Moses, they practice as much as anybody else, right, in the verse. They know what they want to do, and they really, really stick to that, and they really do that very well. So the other team's job is, how can we disrupt that? How can we disrupt their plan and what they have going on? What ship are we going to focus first? What person are we going to focus first? Are we going to take a spread out approach? Are we going to take a close approach, like a beehive approach? And disruption, I think, is going to be the theme for any team against Shadow Moses today. And I hope that Cinderborn has a great game plan for that.
Yep. Let's see. They did, got Fearless Chicken in. We're seeing right now Floormat is going to be on the blade with the cannons. We got Amogus and the Gladius with the repeaters. We got St. Nick's in the Santok Yai. I love saying that. I don't know why, but we got St. Nick's in the Santok Yai with the repeaters. We got Junkies in the Gladius with the repeaters. Macaron 1 and Valero in the repeaters, and then Fearless Chicken is going to be jumping on to the 85X with the NDBs. So it's looking to be really, really good here. One thing I'll say is that thanks everybody that is contributing to the Matcherino. Again, you guys can contribute for free, so make sure you guys !Matcherino contribute for free and claim your code. We still have about 25 codes left, so guys, that's I think like $2.50 or $3, $4, $5. I don't know what it is. I forgot. But yeah, go ahead and claim that code for free, guys, and make sure we bolster that price pool as much as we can. We right now we have at least top 4 being paid, which I think is incredible. And one more other thing, if you want to know more about Atmo Esports and all of our events and what we do across the board, we have 4 major events per year. So make sure you guys jump over to discord.gg/Atmo Esports, where we announce everything we're doing across the year, across the board. And even if you want to help out and be a volunteer, be a camera, help out the team, we're here. We're all volunteers. We love the crap out of this community. So we've been doing this for a long time, about 8 years now. So if you guys want to be a part of the Atmo Esports family, hey, jump in, get involved. We're here for you. So with that being said, I believe we're about to get hit going here shortly on our next matchup. So Zero State, we'll be right back. All righty, Shadow Moses versus Cinderborn. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, Thunder. Like last time Shadow Moses played, match went very quick. I'm just gonna be honest there.
Yeah, no, exactly. Seeing the Spirit Blade come out is definitely an interesting choice for sure, using the MXA cannons. We got Junkies in the Gladius over at Cinderborn. That is going to be a very big target on Cinderborn's team. Mogus using the Gladius as well, and St. Nick's in the Santok Yai. This team is going to be deadly. This team is going to be laser focused. They're going to be missing very minimal shots unless they're firing off, in some sort of, different direction just to maybe bait some individuals. But Macaron and Fearless Chickens, Anvil Arrow, and the 85X repeatedly. We are seeing the NDB laser repeaters chosen by Fearless Chickens here in the 85X. It's going to be interesting to see if Shadow Moses sticks together, focuses down a target, and gets into that 3v2 in their favor. It's going to be very difficult for them to claw their way back. Cinderborn will need to get a splash or a kill almost immediately if there is any trade. So it's going to be very interesting. Looks like we are getting into the match. Are the individuals potentially moving toward? I'm not sure if they're started yet. Let me just get a look at if the timer's here.
Well, I think we're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are in the chat and you guys are excited for your team, make sure you guys are showing them some love, whether you're watching from X, YouTube, Twitch, or even now, we're live on TikTok. Make sure you guys are showing that team some love, man. Make sure that support is being shown across the board, and match is about to begin. Thunder Lake, on you, baby.
All right, here we go. We're going to be moving in, basically. They're taking a look at each other, just feeling each other out on the exterior, trying to find position, utilizing that sun to make sure that nobody gets those, their pip. They need to be able to see that for engagements. Both teams are together pretty tightly. If you take a look at their radars, they're eyeing the enemy target, taking a look to see if anyone makes a mistake. One singular mistake can cost you the game, so you got to watch out in this 3v3 environment. Cinderborn focused up, looking to see if they can capitalize on a mistake from Shadow Moses. It is unlikely, but we will see what happens. Macaroni, they're moving in. 3K moving up. Right now, they're looking to see if there's any sort of weaknesses. They're pretty right now. No one's super close. They're kind of eyeing each other out at 2.5K. Nothing at the moment happening. They're just doing some scouting, taking a look where people are, what ships they're in. Floormat taking a couple pop shots, a couple engagements here. Macaroni taking the fight with Floormat directly one-on-one. St. Nick's putting in damage on Macaron. He shields down. Can he get out? Macaron is definitely in trouble right now. St. Nick's is just peppering him with shots in the Santok Yai.
Hands on balls is going to be taking this out. The rest of the match, Macaron is not going to take much more damage here. He's going to be taken down. St. Nix takes out Macaron. It's now a 2v3. Cinderborn needs to get that kill again right now. Shadow Moses has full shields on all ships right now. Fearless Chicken's taking some hits. He's got to fly out right now. St. Nix is going over after him. Format is taking some hits. Junkie's firing at Format right now. Right now, Amogus is taking some shots. Junkies is taking some hits. We're losing that. Oh, and we got another kill. Junkies is down.
This
Finish
is
off this fight. It's a
of
slaughterhouse right now. And we got Fearless Chickens as a splash. Amogus takes the last kill. Shadow Moses closes out the round 1-1-0.
1-0 for Shadow Moses going into this, and I'm gonna tell you right now, man, these guys do not waste bullets. That is scary. They do not waste any bullets, and I love that, you know, Shadow Moses is using, you know, like we haven't seen the blade. It's the first time we've seen the blade with the cannons on him, and they're just not wasting any shots, man. Some of the most accurate people, Amogus, on that arrow, not letting go, and then St. Nix just finishes them off. Beautiful. It's just great strategy there. It's just great play overall, man. Yeah, this is gonna be tough for Cinderborn, but I mean, this is where competition comes to play, and I keep saying it over and over. We need to strategize. You need to adapt. Let's see what Cinderborn does in order to adapt to how Shadow Moses play, and hopefully tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, let's take a look to see if there is a adjustment here. I don't know if there is at the moment. We'll take a look at both teams. When you spawn in the ship, your teams are locked in right now. So it's looking like there is no changes on the compositions for the teams. They're flying over. Since there has been no changes, they're going to be moving out. So yeah, like I think that they really, Cinderborn, to get this, tie this up to 1-1. Basically, what they need to do is isolate one of the Shadow Moses targets. They need to be focusing those targets and hitting their shots right now. Macaron definitely has to be careful about what he's doing, because if he disengages at the incorrect time and St. Nix is on him like he was this last fight, he'll take shots and then get finished off by that. And Junkies as well, taking those fights. These pilots are extremely deadly, very dangerous. You have to use coordination and teamwork to take them on. And we're going to, hopefully, I think we're going to see that from Cinderborn this next match here. They're going to isolate, they're going to focus, they're going to target, and they're just going to have to, you know, take that trade, win that 3-on-1. If SM is a little bit separated, if they can catch them when they're doing their probing attacks with their couple shots, it's going to be very interesting. So, Crucian, I'm not sure if you're thinking that maybe the strategy choice of sticking with the same ships was the right call, the wrong call. What do you think in that aspect?
I think it's very hard to kind of strategize against Shadow Moses, which, you know, can easily say a top 3 or top 2 team in this tournament. I mean, guys, I'm just trying to be nice here, okay? But look, it's very tough. I think that, you know, Cinderborn should stick with what they're familiar with and try to kind of, you know, adjust whatever they just did and just not do that again. But it's very hard to do that against Shadow Moses. They're going to be accurate. They're going to pinpoint you. Their communication is great. They know when to switch. It's very, very hard to pick this team apart or to even catch them making any single mistake whatsoever. It's very hard, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, no, for sure. These pilots are well trained. They're focused. Same thing with Cinderborn. I'll be honest. They've been putting in the hours. They've been putting in the time. It's just going to be a very difficult fight, even for both teams. There's no cap. Like, this is the top. This is the best of the best when we're looking at fight or flight. When we're looking at Macaron and Fearless Chickens, Junkies, they're focused. They're coordinated. They've been practicing. They've been working together as a team. They've been doing scrims all week up to this point. So they're coming out with all of their guns firing in the right direction. Shadow Moses just able to take their focus and you know, just execute on their initial plan.
Yeah, it's very hard because I would say that they would try something new here, but I don't think they're going to need to. They're going to have to play it out well. But here we go. Already shots fired.
St. Nix, yep. Amogus is going to be disengaging a little bit. St. Nix firing over at Junkies. Junkies is taking the fight with Format here. They're focusing up. Macaron is taking some heavy hull damage. He might go down here again. Format takes out Macaron. He's down. Okay, we got one down on Junkies is also in trouble. Fearless Chickens is trying to get some shots on, but it's not enough. Junkies get splashed by Format. He takes him down. He's just absolutely laser delivering that. Amogus is taking the fight. Nose to nose with Fearless Chickens. Fearless Chickens gets finished off by St. Nix.
They are now done. It is 2-0.
That was
The round is
scary,
over.
yeah. I mean, you see they try to focus here on Amogus, and that didn't work out for them. Both Junkies and Macron were taking heavy damage. Floorman is just running free. You let him run free, he's going to be on you no matter what. But before we continue talking about this match, Shadow Moses take it 2-0. Cinderborn drops down to the losers bracket. Shadow Moses move on. Let's take it to Zero State, and let's see what his thought was on this quick matchup here. Hey, welcome back. It was like 5 minutes ago that we just talked.
Yeah. I didn't even get a
man?
chance to get coffee. I'm glad I didn't have to go to the bathroom because I'd still be in there. Anyway, that was a fun fight. I mean, like I said earlier, sometimes the more drawn out fights, the slower fights are kind of fun to watch from a from the standpoint of seeing the different what's the word I'm trying to think of, the different plans play out. Right, it's kind of fun to see that play out, see the longevity of like comms and how that works out. Sometimes it's fun to watch brawls. Sometimes it's fun to watch people just punch each other. You know what I mean? And it looked to me, and before the first fight even started, the first thing I wrote down was, it looks like Shadow Moses' game plan is just to punch hard. Whenever they get into a fight, they just want to punch hard and aim well. And that's exactly what they did. I think Cinderborn's game plan there was to kind of feel things out a little bit, to kind of, have the arrow run rabbit a little bit and to kind of dance with the other team. But Shadow Moses pounced really hard. The fight theme for me, the word that I used was ambush. That's what I wrote down. Shadow Moses waited and waited and waited until Cinderborn stepped into their bear trap and then just ambushed hard, and took that first fight. Second fight went a bit the same way, actually. I was a little bit surprised not to see Cinderborn adjust a little bit more. It seemed like Macaroni kind of did a hard engage a little bit. Not as much the first fight, but definitely the second fight, which may have been a mistake there. I feel like that was kind of, try to find a different approach. Try to find something else. Don't stick your nose out, especially at an arrow. An arrow is good unless you're up against a team that has as good of aim as Shadow Moses. And speaking of which, somebody needs to tell Shadow Moses that ammo's free. You can waste a little bit of it. Not every bullet has to go into the other team's ships. I'm just saying. You guys could try it sometime. It's a good feeling to miss because then it makes the hits feel better.
I heard if they miss too much, they go get caught put in the cells.
Oh,
Jeez,
I see.
They have that. If they miss too much, if they don't have 85% accuracy, they got to do push-ups.
That's right.
So, but yeah, no, Zero State, I totally agree there, man. It's just scary, man. They don't waste any shots whatsoever across the board. But I mean, that was super fast, man. That was a quick match up there. Shadow Moses obviously not playing any games with any teams, not taking any chances to give anybody a chance to strategize against them. And I think that's a proper play, in my opinion. Yes, it was fast, but you don't want teams trying to figure out what exactly they're trying to do. But I mean, you can figure it out right now. It's just being freaking accurate.
Yeah, I mean, SM really focused on that fight. I think that Cinderborn, like, they may not have chosen a different ship, but they did adapt their strategy. They spent less time focusing on, like, picking, like, the target. They just focused the target that was closest to them, which is a strategy, right? They needed to get that DPS on, and just Shadow Moses was able to, put a little bit more DPS on the opposing side and really pick apart that team at the moment. So Cinderborn, like, going into it, really, putting up a good fight, punching their weight, but Shadow Moses was able to just hit more shots, be more coordinated, and just kind of that's how we saw the fight play out. Like Zero State said, that ambush mentality, they focused the target, targeted it, took it down.
Yeah.
And Cinderborn, just going in for it and being like, hey, we're going to hit hard, we're going to punch, and we're going to take those fights. There was less disengagements on that second round. We saw Junkies taking a lot of damage and just trading hull. He's like, hey, if I can trade for one, I can put our team in a good position, right? Because that 2v2, we hadn't seen what that goes to. Once it goes down to that 1v1 mentality where individual skill can come into it, it could play out a different game.
Yeah, it's
Zero
funny
quick
you
question.
mentioned. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go for it.
I was going to say, it's funny you mentioned punching above their weight class, because I think Shadow Moses here was doing their best impression of a brand new ship on the Pledge Store and punching above their weight class that entire fight. Anyway, go on.
Oh, man. No, I was going to say they need to spawn in with an ATLS to give people a chance, but free fly. But anyways, I was going to say Zero State. I'll ask Thunder Lake right after this, but what were your thoughts in what Cinderborn needed to do to adjust and hopefully even come out with a win or even take out a ship? What do you think that they had to do in that scenario?
To me, I think It's a difficult one because anytime you try to adjust against Shadow Moses, it seems like they kind of readjust and they have more
Yes.
than one plan, right? I think maybe in their shoes, and I'm not as good as a lot of these pilots. Like I said, this is basically a list of people that kill me pretty easily. So I think we watched a couple of replays there of the Blade with those Warlord cannons nailing those shots just over and over and over
Yes.
and getting those finishing shots. And I feel like maybe Cinderborn kind of lost the Blade a little bit. They didn't. It was kind of to me. I go, let's try to hit that Blade real hard and just try to discombobulate him a little bit, because if we let that Blade, if we let floor mat and the Blade kind of third party like that, we're just kind of letting him float around firing cannon shots at us, right? And these are arrows, these are Gladius, right? They're not going to be that tanky. Even the 85X is only going to take a few shots from those Warlords before it goes down. So when you let somebody like the floor mat in the Blade just kind of fly around the flight, not challenge too much, you're going to let him get a ton of just easy damage with those Warlords. So maybe that's something that could have been adjusted there. Is like, hey, let's focus one of these ships. Let's find one of these guys, focus one of these ships, and just focus hard on that. And it seemed like kind of both times that maybe Macaroni got caught out just a little bit. Or maybe that was just their first focus. I'm not sure if that was Shadow Moses' plan or if that was Cinderborn's kind of plan to have him run rabbit or not. But I think focusing on that Blade might have been something. I mean, it's hard to know, because you focus on the Blade, the other two are going to peel you pretty well and get a lot of free damage too. But I think if you can try to get those Warlords out of the fight, maybe that's a good strategy.
Yeah, I would agree. I
thought?
think. Yeah, I think I'd agree. Cinderborn, I think in the first fight they began with a we're going to fight this out as normal, disengage if we need to, things like that. But in the second fight, I saw like they were just like, hey, we're going to go and we're going to tank that. We're going to take a couple hits. I saw Junkies and Macaron not really focus on the disengage on that second round, just really focus on that kill. And Shadow Moses did a good job of disengaging like the aggro on their targets, which allowed them to maximize their DPS and shields. So what Cinderborn needed to do in that fight was basically engage the targets and catch maybe one of that Shadow Moses pilot out when he goes for the disengage, and be able to get outside of that fight zone. Or perhaps if they were able to put more pressure on some of those pilots, like you said, to get them out of the fight faster, that would have been ideal, right? And just not enough pressure applied. You need to have 3 coordinated pilots focusing that target to really get that pressure. Once they start taking hull, they should be disengaging, or perhaps they're trading damage. Maybe they're trading for a fight. But basically, they just needed to get more pressure on those pilots, and that's what I think.
All right. Well, we have our next matchup coming up here, which will be Liberty Reapers from EMEA or EU versus Silver Flame from APAC. So, Zero State, we'll be back. I think our match is ready to go, but thank you for breaking it down for us, my friend. We'll be back shortly. All righty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got Liberty Reapers. We got Haiba in that Banu Defender, Red Rum in the Santok Yai going that Duel of Poa. Okay, I like it. I like it. Sego in the Anvil Hawk. Silver Flame from APAC is going to be FL6001NG. Look, man, I don't know. Anvil Hawk, V4970 in the Spirit Talon, and Lucifer in that Anvil Arrow. So let's see, this is another team from APAC. Again, these APAC teams really like to play things a little bit slow. But I feel Silver Flame might be a little bit different. But let's see what happens, man. A little bit of a composition compared to Planet Poon. But Thunder Lake, what are your thoughts going into this Liberty Reapers versus Silver Flame fight?
Well, I definitely think that this fight is going to be interesting. Silver Flame has chosen an interesting strategy. Their tags are license plates mimicking the StarCitizen in-game, license plates. So it may even trigger some of the Liberty Reapers because they're like, hey, why am I seeing a license plate? But that actually is the pilot name. I'm sure they probably did their research beforehand and know that they're fighting these individuals with those names. So they probably aren't unprepared like that. But Silver Flame doing a kind of funny job there. The Band of Defender, Santuck Yai, and Anvil Hawk, these are tanky ships. These do DPS. We saw this in an earlier round. The Anvil Hawk, Talon, and Arrow are a little bit more evasive, a little bit more lighter, and a little bit more nimble, perhaps. But the Santuck Yai really coming in clutch. It has enough Gs to push in. Right now, they're focusing on flying toward each other, and we're going to see, I think, a Liberty Reapers might come out on top of this just based on the ship composition.
All right, well, here we go. Match is about to begin. And right after this next matchup, guys, we're going to update the bracket for you. But a quick update here. We got Breaker Squadron went up 2-1 versus Zap and moves on to the bracket here. So let's get this match underway. Thunderlight, on you, baby.
All right, excellent. Red Rum it looked like he's leading in the Santuck Yai. They're using the shields to tank. A lot of the enemies are focused on the Santuck Yai. Silver Flame focusing that shield. It's the first ship in their view. They're trying to eye out to see if they can find Hyba in that Defender and Seago in that Hawk. VL49NE is moving right behind Lucifer. Basically, FL 6001NG is going to be moving up first in that Hawk. They're going to be prioritizing each other. They're baiting out shots, trying to get those shields down. They're dumping a magazine. VL is dumping a magazine over at Seago here. Seago's just taking some shots. It's too far out range right now. 1.8, 2000 range is not enough to get effective damage. That cone fire is just not going to do some damage. They're just trading some shots right now. Hyba, Red Rum, and Seago are waiting for an opportunity right now. A couple shots going into Seago. They're baiting out, seeing if they can catch someone off guard. Waiting for the engage right now. Not much going on. A little bit of action. Seago taking some shots. FL taking some hits as well. Right now, they're still feeling each other out. Nobody's committing to a full engagement. They're focus firing. Seago again, firing at Lucifer a little bit. He's trying to bait out, run that rabbit like Zero State had said before. Hyba focused up in that Van Defender, just waiting to pounce on a target right now. Not much action at the moment. Both teams seeing to see who is going to make the first move right now. Using that initial resource, that boost, is going to put you at a disadvantage and maybe isolate you as a target. So I'm interested to see which team starts the engagement here. Just once the action pops off here, it's going to be pretty quick and decisive because both teams are going to focus down targets. They're going to prioritize, switch bait, and then push out if they need to go to evasive. Right now we have a lot of tanky ships in the LR pool, and we have a lot of light fighters in the Silver Flame. Crucian, what do you think is going to happen here? Who's going to make the first move?
I'm gonna be honest, man. The APAC team is very, very patient. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna pounce first. I think they're gonna probably wait as long as they are. I feel like Liberty Reapers are gonna get a little bit tired, but they're gonna find that moment where they need to be able to engage, get the first pass, and hopefully get somebody down as soon as possible. But I'm kind of glad that Liberty Reapers is not taking anybody lightly. They're gonna play serious no matter what. And not playing with their food. So let's see what happens.
Yep. Yeah, understood. Basically, we're looking at a little bit of an engagement here. Again, they're all at distance right now, peppering each other's ships. The Santuck Yai, Red Rum, is actually taking some hits. His shields are ready. He's got to boost out of there a little bit. He's got to use a little bit of resource to get out. This will be the time, if any, if a Liberty Reaper member is separated, to jump on that and attack. So still looking for that opportunity right now. No missiles have been traded. No missiles have been fired to bait out some flares. That could be a strategy used by a team. Nab-urging as well might be difficult, but it's something that's going to need to happen in a little bit here. Looking to see a little bit of engagement going on. The Hawks trading shots. Both are large enough targets to maybe get some hits. Again, not much action going on. Both teams just being patient. This is when we're going to talk about that endurance fight. A little bit of hits coming in right now. A little bit of more aggression coming out. Some people maybe growing a little bit impatient. Some focus on the FL is taking some hits. He's got some hull damage. He's inside the Santuck Yai. The damage is coming down on FL. He's taking a lot of fire. He's down. LR just pounced exactly as intended here. Red Rum, they swapped over. They're flipping over. Lucifer X is now shields down. He's got to disengage a little bit. VL putting some shots on Red Rum. Red Rum is red. Right now, the Santuck Yai of LR is under fire. It's in trouble. He's disengaging. They're refocusing. LR is 3 versus 2 right now. They're focused up. They've now disengaged. Not much happening at the moment.
All teams are out of the way now, and both are trying to come back together here, but it's going to leave Silver Flame at a huge disadvantage. But as you can see, Red Rum is very, very damaged right now. So if Silver Flame can come up with a strategy to be able to take down Red Rum, that will be able to level the playing field here as the Liberty Reapers goes up to that one advantage and that one extra pilot. But I don't think Liberty Reapers is going to allow them to do that. So let's see what Silver Flame can do as they regroup and now re-engage.
Yep, here we go. It looks like LR is probably going to be pushing in here. Hyba comes in for the initial engagement.
He's taking shots, and the Band Defender, he instantly goes for this engagement. He's red hulled. He's in trouble. The arrow might go down here. Can he get out? Lucifer is out. He nav moded just in time. Okay, there's a collision. It looks like the Talon hits the top of the red rum or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it hit the top of the Sandtucky eye there. A little bit of a collision, but unfortunately, that puts Silver Flame at a massive disadvantage here, 3-1, which means that Liberty Reapers is going to come out on top for this round here. In round number 1, all they got to do is just take down Lucifer and call it a day.
There we go. There he goes.
GG's.
GG. Nice fight.
Yep, very good by Liberty Reapers. They were patient, but at the same time knew when to jump. But I mean, I felt like a little bit more damage on Red Rum, and he could have been taken out at the same time that they took out, you know, Silver Flame's first team member. I believe it was the Anvil Hawk that went down first. So that could have been dangerous if it was a level playing field there. But Silver Flame, you know, they did a good job staying in the game.
Yeah, no, it was great. I think that Silver Flame really played that patient hunter approach. They were trying to catch Liberty Reapers out. When the initial engagement did occur, Liberty Reapers basically came in, they focus fired, they were able to isolate FL and take out that Hawk. Once that Hawk was down, they disengaged. Red Rum was able to get out just in time and not take that trade, which really spelled disaster for Silver Flame. After that, you saw that LR became more aggressive. They focused up. They used Haiba to move in with the defender, taking shots. Not much they could do there, Crucian. And you saw the change of pace after that first kill. You know, it shows that at the drop of a dime, the battle can change.
Yeah, I mean, this is those moments where you see, you know, Silver Flame and Liberty Reapers feeling each other out. This is teams that have probably never played each other. You know, one from APAC, one from EMEA, and you know, like Liberty Reapers said, you know what, we're not going to, we're not going to, you know, undermine them. We're gonna take them serious and make sure. And I think Liberty Reapers did a great job. I think now they understand how Silver Flame plays, and they might kind of, you know, again. This is all about adjustments. Can Silver Flame adjust and hopefully, you know, tie this 1-1, or will Liberty Reapers adjust further, understand how Silver Flame plays, and it just goes straight 2-0. Most of our matches is seriously just been 2-0 across the board. But yeah, I can't wait to see this next matchup. Let's see how Silver Flame can come up and do these adjustments going into it. So, by the way, I want to give a big shout out to all the APAC teams, man. You guys are incredible. Thank you guys so much for, you know, sticking to the schedule, adjusting, and just coming out to play and playing lights out, man. Appreciate it. Every single competitor out that is playing in this championship bracket today for Fight or Flight 2955.
Yeah, no, excellent. I don't see any changes right now. Again, thanks to the APAC teams. We really love to see when they guys come out and start fighting this tournament. Really thanks to Atmo as well for putting it on. Gives us, a goal to practice for, something to do. A lot of the competitive players really love this, and you know, switching this up for a 3v3 fight makes it a lot more interesting, makes teams a little bit challenged to figure out what sort of meta they're going to be using, what works well with each pilot, and you can see each team kind of choosing and falling into that category, focusing on their strengths and trying to shore up their weaknesses when defeating opponents.
Yep, here we go. We're about to get this next matchup set up, I believe. Let me see. I believe all teams are going to stick with what they have. I think we're going to see a little bit. Oh, no adjustments here from Silver Flame. I believe they're going to stick to exactly with what they're staying with in this next round. Going into it, once again, guys, make sure you guys !bracket in the channel. And then if you guys haven't yet, please make sure you guys contribute for free. Make sure you guys claim that free code in the match arena. We would greatly appreciate it, guys. Let's give these teams a little bit further crowdfunded and continuing to root for them. So there's 25 codes. If you haven't jumped in the match arena yet, please make sure you guys claim your code. That would be greatly appreciated. So, by the way, yeah. I'm excited. We're streaming for the first time today in TikTok. So if you guys are on TikTok, make sure you guys go follow Atmo Esports there. We're streaming over there for the first time. So shout outs for to TikTok for the opportunity, man, to bring a little bit of some dogfighting over there to that platform, which is awesome.
Yeah, interesting. Yep, it's going to be great. Shout out for everyone who's putting this in. Shout out to the production team and getting this sorted as well. This match is going to be one for the books for sure. Liberty Reapers seeing if they can capitalize on Silver Flame yet again and make it a 2-0 fight. Silver Flame focused on getting that W, seeing if they can isolate one of the LR targets, take them down, create a 3v2 advantage, and then snowball that into a victory. You never know. You could see a quick turnaround. Now that Silver Flame sees exactly kind of how LR plays, maybe they'll come up with a different strategy in the flight when they're attacking and stuff like that. There was some good disengagements from both teams. It's just the isolated target is what turned it the last one. So we'll see if there's any new strategies that come up. Interested to see that. Looks like both teams are prepping for this initial. They're moving out to 5K range. Again, nothing but CF repeaters right now, maximizing on the highest speed velocity weapons with the highest DPS. Very typical for individuals trying to get those shots from as safe a distance as possible, maximizing your engagement distance. Also, the merges as well. I've seen a lot of great merges today. Obviously, a couple too close, but that's okay. It happens. But getting in there, really getting face to face with your opponent and seeing these fights up and close is a real big spectacle, Crucian.
Yep, here we go. We're about to get this match going here shortly. Countdown is about to begin, and we also have in the losers round 1 happening. Planeptune and Baby Squad is going at it to see who's going to keep moving on into that losers bracket again. We're going all the way to top 6, and yeah, it's going to be good. We got 00 who's waiting for the losers of this matchup here. Let's see what Silver Flame, if they're able to bring it back 1-1. I want to see a game 3, chat. I know all of you want to see a game 3. We don't want to see too much one-sided, but I think that in winners round 2, we might see, Avenger Squadron Bravo versus Iron Point and Shadow Moses, either versus Silver Flame or Liberty Reapers, to go into that winners finals, into the finals bracket tomorrow for day number 2. So very excited here. And here we go. We're going to start here with the engagements, and I feel like it's going to be another slow start here. I just think like a lot of these teams that are coming from APAC just need to really do something unpredictable to throw off, some of these, really, really top teams like Liberty Reapers. But, don't take what I say seriously and just play your game. But anyways, we're on the way here. Thunder Lake, take it away.
Sounds good. Basically, both teams are basically taking a look at what they want. Right now, Lucifer X is leading the Silver Flame team. Ciego is taking a couple shots again, just like last time. They're having the Hawk, the lightest ship, is now taking a lot of shots right now from the Silver Flame team. Ciego is moving away, generating some distance. They're baiting. They're trying to see if LR pushes in. Right now, Red Rum and Haiba are just awaiting to pounce on any target that attacks Ciego right now. VL firing some shots into Ciego. He's taking some hull hits, but again, it's not really substantial damage. They're too far away for this engagement distance. They're just seeing if one team makes a mistake. Let's see if Lucifer X can also play that bait role for the team. If LR gets impatient, if they feel overconfident, they could make a mistake, and Silver Flame could capitalize on it. It only takes one moment. Right now, the engagement distance are closing in a little bit. Ciego taking a little bit more damage than usual right now. Lucifer X is pushing in. He's boosting up. Ciego is taking some hits. Red Rum and Haiba have been activated. Haiba is taking some hits. He has to disengage. Silver Flame putting some pressure on Haiba right now. They're switching targets, moving over. Right now, they see FL and the Hawk. Lucifer X and Santuk Yai. Red Rum is looking for his teammates. He's moving over. Liberty Reapers has reformed, and they are now shields back up. No challenges. Lucifer pushing in. FL focusing targets. Right now, Haiba taking some hits. Looking at the teams right now, Lucifer X is blacking out. He's trying to get in there for a fight. Red Rum is also looking around in that Santuk Yai, sticking with his team. Haiba and Red Rum are now back in position, waiting to pounce on that target from Silver Flame that pushes in. And we're back in another moment.
Very, very interesting strategy here to go against Haiba. They had his shields down, and then they had Lucifer's shields down, so it was a little bit of a trait there. It could have gone either way, but I think Silver Flame's doing a good job at trying to really adjust their strategy here from round 1 in order to hopefully come out on top and tie this game 1-1. So here we go, engaging again. FL getting a little bit of a shots there. FL taking some damage. Man, this is going to be a battle here.
Exactly. We got Ciego pushing out right now.
FL is moving out. He's disengaged completely. 4K from his teammate. That's not a position you want to be in right now. Haiba is putting heavy damage on the Talon. Right now, VL needs to make it out. They've swapped targets over to Lucifer X. Lucifer X is looking for his team. They're reforming right now. Again, trying to get those things. They're baiting shots. They're looking at what the targets are. Ciego, you could see, pushing in, taking that initial engagement and blowing through, allowing the Silver Flame team to overshoot, and Haiba, Red Rum, and Ciego jumping on that secondary target to try to isolate a kill. Silver Flame doing a good job of not falling for it. They're like, we've seen that before. We understand. We're not making that mistake again. We're pulling out. We're in a bad position, regrouping, and we're regenerating our resources.
I love the adjustments here. I love the adjustments here from Silver Flame. They're doing a great job, man. They're holding it together. They know what strategies are going here, and this is what I love to see. These APAC region coming to shine. Nothing against the other regions, man, but everybody's saying the APAC region has, the least, PvPers, but I love that they're here. They're showing out what they got, and they're holding their own versus one of the best teams out there, Liberty Reapers. What do you think, Thunder Lake?
Exactly. It just goes to show that just with practice, coordination, and teamwork, doesn't matter where you're from, you can put in the work and you can compete at the highest level possible here. They're focusing shots again at Red Rum. Silver Flame really showing that they know what they're doing when it comes to disengagements and regrouping. Obviously, there's a different meta in different regions depending on the teams and who's fighting. Right now, we're seeing a lot more shots on Ciego. The engagement has started again. Lucifer trying to bait shots from Liberty Reapers, get them to pounce on them, get them out of position right now. Again, Silver Flame playing the long game, playing the endurance. They are understandable and familiar in this environment, it looks like. Liberty Reapers as well, focused, coordinated, and lethal. They're just waiting for that opportunity. They're biding their time. Both teams literally with a laser beam to each other, just waiting for one target opportunity to step out of position for them to cut off an arm, cut off a leg, and just take the fight. Liberty Reapers is poised to win this 2-0 if Silver Flame cannot pull out a victory here. Let's see if it goes to round 3. Can Silver Flame do it? They're just right now focused on, again, hitting shots, looking to see if they can get some initial engagements, some advantage on their team. If they can, it's going to be very interesting. Crucian, right before the battle takes place here, are you going to see Liberty Reapers up? Wait. There, nope. Again,
I honestly feel that Liberty Reapers can easily pounce on one target, and once that one target, once they get those shots in, they should be able to clean it up. And here we go. Hype is on FL, getting some damage here on this Hawk, but shields are not down. Getting a little bit of switch to the Arrow here, and Arrow taking some damage, and they're just playing the far game here right now. They're in the lake.
Yep, exactly, yeah. They understand the strategy. Right now, Silver Flame is basically reading the book of Liberty Reapers. They're trying to see exactly what they do to focus up and create a strategy to defeat them. Right now, Lucifer putting some shots on Ciego. Right now, and Lucifer X is now in red. He's taking some hull damage. He's nav mode out. Can Liberty Reapers catch him? Right now, it's separated. Silver Flame is taking some shots. They're pushing in. Liberty Reapers, can they swap over? They're looking to Red Rum. Liberty Reapers is reforming right now. Lucifer X and FL, they're focused up. A chaff is deployed for disengagement. Right now, Ciego taking some heavy hits. He's got damage on. Ciego is out of position. He was taking some hits. Liberty Reapers was separated. And Silver Flame putting on some hits. Haiba coming in for the shot, focusing FL. And now we got another disengagement. A missile fired at Haiba. Does it hit? Does it connect? Here it comes. I'm not sure if he's going to fire or flare. We'll see. It doesn't look like it does anything. Red Rum regaining his shields, regaining his situation, and we're back to square one.
Yeah, very, very slow matchup here, and there's just a lot of anticipation. This is what, when teams really want to be able to take it to the distance to game 3. But, from the past, we've seen that some of these ships, kind of like the Talon, ran out of fuel before. So I'm not sure if that's a strategy here, but I mean, we do need to get a lot of this action continuing to go. A lot of damage here. We see Red Rum still getting those shots away from one click away here. FL taking a lot of damage. The Hog's about to go down here, and the concentration, but the disengage goes again. A lot of backup here from Silver Flame, and now Haiba taking damage on those Banu.
Boom! Down goes Lucifer. Haiba is able to collapse. He's disengaging. He's moving out. FL is now moving back in, trying to get some damage on Haiba. Wow. LR able to be very calculated in their strikes, very methodical when it comes to taking out targets, swapping to the correct target in the correct position, and now it's a 2-on-3 advantage to Liberty Reapers.
Yeah, but right now, unfortunately, Lucifer X and Team Silverflame weren't able to kind of survive that trade there. And while they were concentrating on Haiba, they were just taking out Lucifer X at that moment. So very good job by Red Rum and Seagull to be able to kind of back up Haiba in that position because his shields were down and he had to move out and disengage. And before they could do that, Lucifer had no chance whatsoever. So big advantage here for Liberty Reapers to kind of close this match out 2-0. Silver Flame, as you can see, FL just red in that hole. And I don't think they're going to stand a chance here. Thunder Lake. I don't think they move on here, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Silver Flame right now in a disadvantaged position. Liberty Reapers now has the advantage. They have more options available to them. They can push in. They can bait the engagement. They can push in right now, which looks like they're doing. Ciego pushing in a little bit right now, FL. I think that Liberty Reapers might be able to clinch this win and move on to the next round. Right now, heavy shots going on VL right now. The Talon is under focus right now. Ciego focusing the other Hawk right now. PJ, basically, they're getting taken out. FL goes down. Red Rum takes him out from the Santuck Yai. It's just up to VL. I don't know if he has enough. He's in trouble, and he goes down. It's over. It's over. Yep. Liberty Reapers moves on, and Silver Flame is taken down to the loser's bracket.
What a patient battle from Silver Flame and the both Liberty Reapers, but I don't know. I think Liberty Reapers was just playing all along. Hey, let's just wait and see what they do here. But anyways, let's go ahead and take it over to Zero State and get his thoughts on this matchup here, Liberty Reapers versus Silver Flame.
Well, the good news is
that one wasn't as fast as the other one, so you know where
my beard got a little bit longer during that match, but that's okay. I actually like that. I think it's kind of fun to see two teams come in with a strategy and try to poke each other and figure out where the hole in the opposing team's strategy is. I think it was fun to see Silver Flame kind of figure out between match one and fight one and fight two. So in the first fight, they focused the Santuck Yai, and they were like, let's get that Santuck Yai out of here because of how strong it's been. But I think that was a mistake. I think they should have focused the Bandit Defender in fight one. They figured that out in fight two. The first thing they did, the first engagement, they shot at Haiba in that Bandit Defender and made him get the heck out of there, right? And if they had finished him off right then and there, totally different fight. They kept that going on, but they gave Liberty Reapers time to figure out that's what they're doing, right? Liberty Reapers figured out, hey, they want our Banu dead. So we're going to use that to our advantage. We're going to protect the Banu Defender, right? Because we know the Banu Defender can't take as many hits as a Santuck Yai. Silver Flame figured that out too, which is smart. But then Liberty Reapers did a great job of protecting their Banu Defender. Fight one's theme for me was methodical. I feel like Liberty Reapers kind of stuck with their strat. Like they were methodical about their engagements. They were methodical about their targeting calls. And in fight two, the fight theme for me, protection and recognition. Both teams recognized that they could have done something better. Liberty Reapers recognized midway through the fight, Silver Flame is not going to give up on trying to kill our Banu Defender. Let's protect the Banu Defender. And then they won those trades with their skills, with their aims, that kind of thing. So in that case, Silver Flame focused the Banu Defender. They focused Haiba. They lost their arrow in the process. The Banu Defender's cockpit was red at the end. It was kind of hard to see. So they did good damage to it, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I think you were right there, Zero State. And you know, I think Silver Flame did a lot better than what a lot of people, you know, were thinking, especially going up against, you know, teams like Liberty Reapers. They're well seasoned. These guys have been around for some time since the first initial fight or flight. So, but yeah, Thunder, like, you had some thoughts there?
Yeah. Basically, like you said, Zero State, very methodical, very calculated. Both teams playing the long game, showing that they have the endurance for these fights. I think we're going to see this a lot more when it comes down to the later fights as well, because once Liberty Reapers was able to make a fight or a play, they were able to really capitalize on that ship advantage. They moved in, they attacked the targets that they needed to, and Silver Flame just wasn't able to get through the rest of that fight.
Yeah. I think Silver Flame, if they had kept the pressure up after that first engagement where they damaged the Bandit Defender, they threw them off a little bit. You could see that they threw Liberty Reapers off a bit. Liberty Reapers backed up and said, we got to figure out what we're going to do. And that's one of the reasons why the fight took so long, I think, is that they kind of backed up and they said, okay, are they going to keep focusing the Bandit Defender? We have to figure that out without losing our Bandit Defender, right? Without going 2v3. And I think that if Silver Flame in that moment had said, hey, our shields regenerate faster, right? Because we're smaller ships. Let's keep the pressure on that bandit defender, right? Let's chase him down a little bit. Let's try to stay a little bit more evasive. Let's see if we can get some critical damage on him early in the fight and keep Liberty Reapers on their heels. They allowed Liberty Reapers to kind of get back onto the balls with their feet, right? And to get back into the fight and to make a game plan for protecting the bandit defender. So really well played from Silverflame early. I think that tiny little mistake was just not keeping that pressure on and letting that fight draw out and allowing Liberty Reapers time to make a new strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
Very well said there. Yeah, I mean, we have also some things to look at. So let's take a look at our updated bracket here as we continue on the matches for today. But we have a very incredible matchup coming up here, which I'm excited about. So right now we have a lot of 2-0s across the board for match one, for match 1 through 4, and then we have coming up next is going to be Avenger Squadron Blue versus Iron Point. And then Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers. And this matchup is to get to winners finals and on to tomorrow, which is going to be absolutely incredible. So very excited to see these matchups coming up. And as you guys can see a little bit of an update there, we see Breaker Squadron going up 2-1 versus Zap. So Zap, I want to give you guys a lot of love, man, to that team. One thing I will say is that at EA 56, we're going to see a lot of the Zaps team, kind of putting on a show for Fight or Flight. So very excited to see those guys, but Zap is going to be out of the tournament for this time around. And then I believe we see Planeptune still has to play Baby Squad, and then Silver Flame still has to play 00. So let's see how that bracket continues to move on. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about this next matchup coming up: Iron Squadron Blue versus Iron Point. What do you guys what are you guys thinking?
I don't know, Zero State. What do you think here? Avenger Squadron versus Iron Point. Both teams very calculated, very focused. Different strategies. I believe coming into this, we'll see what the ship composition plays into the fight.
Yeah, it'll be a really interesting thing to see how Avenger Squadron, they've really been liking to use their lighter fighters like the 85X, the Arrow, et cetera, and they've had good success with that. The real question is, can somebody come against those lighter fighters and that strategy with a strategy that counters it well? Do you try to rely on your aim and do you feel like you can out-aim them and just win? Or do you try to out-position them or try to out-tank them? So there's teams that have tried this in various different ways. We saw that in our last in the group stage. And we've seen it a little bit today. These teams kind of going, okay, are we going to go hard into the tank meta? Or for our team strat is going to be tanking and outlasting the opponent? Or is it going to be outflying the opponent, where you are being more evasive and things like that? So I think we might see Avenger Squadron try to go, stay with that evasive loadout. That's been working for them. We might see Iron Point try to counter them with some tank, and just laser vomit, right? Can we catch somebody when we're 50 meters apart, take out their shields and do a bunch of damage and try to kill them outright? Can we pounce on somebody correctly enough, like well enough to just get them right out of the fight early on? I think that might be an Iron Port strategy here, but we'll see.
Yep, I mean, you see Avenger Squadron Blue too. They are not changing their strategy. They're sticking to what they know best, and I think that I got to give them that respect, right? They even during 2v2 last year, like they did not get out of that Buccaneer. Avenger 1, still going for that 85X and staying strong. So I don't think it matters at this point. So let's see what happens here, though. Coming up next, we're gonna take a quick break here before we jump into this next match, guys. So just give us a few minutes to adjust and get some things going. Don't go anywhere, because this match number 10 coming up, Avenger Squadron Blue versus Iron Point, is coming up next. We'll be right back.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Inter-Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
Fighter Flight 2955 has been brought to you in part by Tobii Gaming. Unlock the next level of immersion in Star Citizen with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. MT Sim. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Icon City. Dominate the game with over 600 Star Citizen icons and hotkeys right at your fingertips with the click of a button.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Enter Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
Fighter Flight 2955 has been brought to you in part by Tobii Gaming. Unlock the next level of immersion in Star Citizen with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. MT Sim. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Icon City. Dominate the game with over 600 Star Citizen icons and hotkeys right at your fingertips with the click of a button.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Get ready, Australia! For the first time ever, the ultimate StarCitizen event comes down under. Experience Enter Atmosphere 2956 live from Fortress Sydney. Join fellow citizens, share drinks, stories, and celebrate the universe at the Bar Citizen. Witness pilots go head-to-head in ship races and intense dogfights. Feel the energy of a live crowd as they compete for amazing prizes. The countdown has begun. Secure your tickets for the Southern Hemisphere's biggest StarCitizen event. Visit atmo.sc/EA56 to learn more.
Fighter Flight 2955 has been brought to you in part by Tobii Gaming. Unlock the next level of immersion in Star Citizen with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5. MT Sim. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Icon City. Dominate the game with over 600 Star Citizen icons and hotkeys right at your fingertips with the click of a button.
All right, we are back now for this next matchup here. We got Avenger Squadron Bravo versus Iron Point. This is going to be to move. Which team is going to move on to the winners final? So far, we got Avenger Squadron Blue sticking with the same team composition. Avenger 1 in the 85X, 4 Pigs, Anvil Hawk, and then Andros in the Anvil Arrow. And you got Iron Point, Kazuka in the Bando Defender, Genel, Tantuk Yai, and Husky Pie in the Anvil Hawk. Underlake, your thoughts going into this next? I'm going to say prolifical match. I don't even know what I want to say anymore, but this match is important. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. I am very excited to see what the outcome of this match is. I honestly, if this match could play for like 10 rounds, I would just watch that for probably an hour or two. It's just, it's going to be a great fight. Both teams really putting in the effort, really putting in the time, putting in the training, and it's just going to be such a bloodbath. I cannot wait for it.
Now, I got a question for you. You think this game is going to go to match number 3 or round number 3? You think this is going to go to 3 games, or you think this is going to go 2-0?
Well, I hope so. I mean, honestly, I would like to see it go to round 5 if I could, like I said. But, I think this one is highly likely to go to round 3. I'm going to think that Iron Point will probably switch up some strategies here. I think Avenger Squadron is very practiced in their composition. I don't see them swapping it up, but I do think that if Iron Point can get a W early on, Avenger Squadron will have to either adapt or survive.
Yep, I've seen Avenger Squadron Blue do a great job. They haven't had, a difficulty moving on, going through the bracket, and beating some teams from the group stage, so let's see how they end up against Iron Point. But the match is about to begin. Chat, if you guys are hyped and ready to go, let me know in chat who you guys are rooting for, Avenger Squadron Blue or Iron Point. Underleg, it's all you, baby. Take it away.
All right, awesome, cool. Right now we've got Andros the Red just eyeing his targets, just waiting to get engaged here. Husky Pie looks like is just focusing up and moving in first. Kazuka is following up right now. They're going to be doing the first mode feel out, basically seeing where the enemy positions are, focusing to look at who's in what ship, what they're getting at, and they definitely know that one mistake can make a difference here. We're basically taking a look at 4 Pigs at the moment, and he is just kind of off the side a little bit, looking at the Bando Defender, Kazuka, and the Jano in the Santuk Yai over there. We'll see if that plays a big role in this fight. Can the DPS of Avenger 1 break those shields? Iron Point has a large shield advantage in this fight. They will probably utilize that to their advantage right now. Not much action going on. People are just getting into position, focusing up on a couple shots coming out from Avenger 1. He's hitting Kazuka. They're going after the Bando Defender again. Andros the Red also firing at the Bando Defender, but Kazuka doesn't take the fight. Pushes out a little bit. Remerges with his team.
Yeah, do you think they're going to use the same thing where the Bando Defender is going to go in and hopefully try to tank while you see Genel? But right now it seems like there's just a little bit of a trade going back and forth currently. Not much damage going out, but I think they're just feeling each other out until somebody can pounce.
Yep. All right, they pounce on the Avenger 1 has pounced on the Defender. They had to disengage. Iron Point has moved out. Avenger is now going defensive. Husky Pie looking to get back into the fight. Kazuka taking some hull hits. Andros the Red is on him. They focused up on Andros the Red. He's in trouble. He's pushing out. Avenger 1's back in. Andros the Red is in trouble. He's getting hit. He's taking some hell hits. Avenger 1 takes out Kazuka. The Defender is down. Avenger 1 is down. Avenger 1, sorry, is up. He took out a Kazuka. 4 Pigs still focusing fire on Husky Pie. Husky Pie taking some hits. Husky Pie needs to get out of there.
trying to get back into the fight here. Andros the Red, Avenger 1 still taking fire, but he's out. He's moving back in. 4pigs is now moved, and there's a collision, it looks like. Husky Pie is down. 4pigs is out of the fight right now. Andros the Red is putting damage on Janelle. Avenger 1 is focusing up on that Santuck Yai. It's a Santuck Yai versus 3 Avenger Squadron members. Janelle's taking hits, and Janelle goes down. Avenger Squadron takes round 1.
Wow. Quick round here from Avenger Squadron Blue against Iron Point. Man, what fell apart there? Because General had that damage against, I believe, Andros, and putting in that as much damage into the arrow and just couldn't get it down. You saw that hull was red. They had it, man. But I mean, Avenger Squadron Blue did a great job of concentrating on Kazuka, getting that Mental Defender out first. Pretty much what Silver Flame needed to do against I believe against Liberty Reapers there. But man, that was a good first matchup here. Avenger Squadron Blue, man, on the way to the winners finals here.
Yes, they've got one win under the belt, but it's not over yet. Iron Point has the chance. They look like they're swapping strategies a little bit. Kazuka pulling out the blade. Husky and Janelle staying in the same fight, the same ships that they have right now, and AVS continuing with, I believe, the same exact composition that they have that gained them round 1. Kazuka, I wonder how that's going to change up the fight here. Was the Banner Defender a poor choice? Was it too large? Did it allow Avenger Squadron to take out the Banner Defender, giving them the advantage? Not sure.
I mean, are we surprised of how well Avenger 1 is doing in that 85X? It's like, I don't know. I've never seen people are just not caring about it. It's just out there flying around, doing the damage it needs to do, disengaging at a perfect timing. Like it's a masterclass with the 85X right now in Avenger 1's hands.
Yeah, definitely agree. Avenger 1 is practiced in this this flight style here, is very coordinated with his team. And honestly, though, strategically, I'm sure Iron Point understands that focusing Avenger 1 is probably not the best play at the beginning of the fight because, you know, it's a very small target. It has a high boost pool, and it can get away, and it's very fast. It has a lot of speed, right? So it can disengage from the fight pretty quickly, and it probably is better suited for them to attack 4pigs or Andros the Red. But as we saw the last fight, Andros the Red was able to escape by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, that was very scary. I honestly thought they traded there, but you know, Gentleman just needed to put in a little bit more of that damage. It was a lot of damage output going out and just couldn't deliver on that kill there. But let's see how Iron Point can come into this round number 2. Will they be able to tie it up 1-1, or will they be dropped down to the losers bracket? Now, even though this team drops down to the losers bracket, they still get on towards top 6, and they will still survive to tomorrow. But that means that if they lose tomorrow, that means they're going to be out of the tournament. So they have to protect that tournament life as much as they can here.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Iron Point is a very, very versatile group. Obviously, switching up strategies here may play a big factor in their victory. We'll see if they can capitalize on targeting Andros or 4pigs, just getting in that little bit more damage that they could possibly get. Avenger Squadron will need to obviously play a good communication role. They'll need to prioritize targets well, focus up, because now Janelle is using the Santuck Yai, and it's the only large ship on the field. If they can use that effectively and Avenger Squadron can't put enough DPS down, it could turn Iron Point's way, making it a 1-1 fight, which is what we're looking for. But at the same time, each team is going to put in the best of the best that they have forward.
All right, here we go. I believe we're about to get teams to their targeted locations and about to get this countdown down. Thunderlight, what are your thoughts here? Iron Point adjust? Are they going to adjust and tie it up? Or do you feel like Avenger Squadron Blue just has their strategy down packed and they're just going to move forward into the winners finals? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think that the Iron Point team is basically going to, they could pull this through. I think that it's going to be a very close fight regardless, and these individuals are super tactical in their methodology. They're going to focus up. I just heard that Zuka also is keeping all 4 guns on the ship. He keep the repeaters and
the cannons as well. In the fight that Shadow Moses did with the blade, they removed some of the weapons or turned off the weapons as well.
Oh, very, very good. I mean, you can put, you know, those weapon in different weapon groups and fire them differently and still get some damage output, but you know, it does kind of have a, you know, the cannons are a little bit slower than the repeaters. So, but let's see how it works out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I am expecting an absolute nail biter right now. I understand that they weren't able to take down a ship in the first round. But I think Iron Point is going to make a move here that Avenger Squadron might not see coming. They can either play it out calculated, or they could play it very aggressive, and we'll have to just see which one they choose.
All right, here we go. Well, match is on the way here, and again, guys, keep rooting for your team and which team you're going for here to move on to the winners finals. Will Iron Point tie it up? Here we go.
All right, Avenger 1 moving in. He's getting some hits. Avenger 1 is focusing. Andros Red as well are the same. They're trying to get some shots. Janot there. Husky Pie just floating out. Zuka looking at opponents here. A little bit further distance here. Husky Pie taking some shots over at Four Pigs. Four Pigs not having it. Andros Red firing just a couple baited shots here at the moment. Avenger 1 focusing, looking for an opportunity. Janot is obviously waiting to pounce. He's got Avenger 1 targeted and locked, ready to focus that 85X down. And if he can get it destroyed really quickly, that'll be over fairly fast. Four Pigs as well, looking for an opportunity. Andros the Red, focusing on that Santuck Yai. Janot seems to be the primary target of Avenger Squadron at the moment, but right now, there's no full engagement.
Here we go. Everybody's being very patient here. This is turned into an 8-pack showdown is what I'm going to call it. That strategy where everybody needs to feel each other out. Until that moment, they need to pounce. One thing that I feel like Avenger Squadron Blue can't do is just let Kazuka run around. But, you know, I think Avenger Squadron Blue has very good comms. I think they know exactly when they need to switch, when they need to jump on people. That's one thing they're very, very strong at. So looking forward to see what happens here next.
Yes, definitely right now. These teams are hyper-focused right now. Any moment, they could be launched into a big brawl, 3v3. We have both teams feeling each other out, looking for an opportunity right now. Avenger 1 focused up. Andros Red taking some shots at Gen Null. Husky Pie moving in. They're engaging. Right now they're on Kazuka. Kazuka's taking some heavy hits. They're getting the blade. He's disengaging. He's in nav mode. He's pushing out. Andros Red is focusing. They're all posting over there. They're switching around. Four Pigs goes down. Husky Pie was able to take down Four Pigs during that disengagement. Iron Point has the advantage here. It's 3-2 right now. It looks like it's in favor of Iron Point right now. Missiles coming out from Andros the Red. Focusing Kaz. Kazuka's red. Very red. Gen Null is going to get back in here right now. Husky Pie, they're focused together. They're regenerating resources. Both teams are separated right now. They're just getting together. No real fights right now. Avenger Squadron has the disadvantage. They have to do something. Kazuka is in trouble, though. If Kazuka goes down, Avenger Squadron could tie it up 2-2 at any moment. Missiles coming out from Janot. Husky Pie moving in.
They're going to have to concentrate on Kazuka here and try their best to bring Kazuka down as quickly as possible. But what a great position and strategy here by Husky Pie, being able to take an Iron Point. Avenger 1 concentrating on Kazuka again, trying to get that damage in with that.
Down he goes!
And down he goes. Here's a 2v2, but man, General and Husky Pie should have taken advantage of that and been able to at least concentrate on Andros in that moment and hopefully get some damage on that arrow. But no, unfortunately, it is still an even game. Does Iron Point have the advantage here?
They're focusing Husky Pie right now. Iron Point seems to have the advantage in the ship choice right now, but can Avenger Squadron focus up? Andros the Red is focusing, hitting Husky Pie right now. Gen Null is basically in the Santuck Yai. They cannot do the DPS on Gen Null. They have to focus Husky Pie here in the Hawk. Avenger 1 hitting Husky Pie. Husky Pie still has shields up. He's focusing Avenger 1. Avenger 1 could go down if he doesn't get out of there. He's out and very defensive. Andros is not having the DPS that he needs. He's trying to keep up with Avenger 1. They're focusing up. Iron Point doing a great job sticking together, focusing the same target. Avenger 1 taking hits. He's back in defensive mode. Andros is focusing Janot. Both AVS team members are together. They're focusing up on the Santuck. They're hitting the Santuck.
right now. Santok Yai taking some hits. It's got the shields to tank it. Can Andros Red half it? He is taking whole points. Avenger 1 is focusing on Husky Pie. It's one-on-one. Can Avenger 1 take down Husky Pie before Janelle pops Andros the Red? Andros the Red is now escaping. AVS is right now on Husky Pie. Husky Pie is taking hull damage. He's taking hits. NDBs are hitting hard. He's switching over to Avenger 1. Avenger 1 can't take the damage as it's pulling away. Andros has slipped away. He's red. Andros is moments away from death. Husky Pie is moving together. General working as a team. Iron Point are really bringing this back inch by inch.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think right now, Avenger Squadron Blue is at a disadvantage. That Santok Yai is not going to be easy to take down, but they're doing a great job at concentrating on Husky Pie right now. And here goes that 1v1 again. That Avenger 1 is just trying to take down Husky Pie as much as they can. This 2v2 is not going to be an easy one for Avenger 1. Losing 4 pigs is going to, man, it did some damage there, Thunder Lake. It did some damage. This might be go 1-1. The first game of the day on stream to be tied. This is a possibility.
Exactly. Husky Pie is taking hits. Avenger 1 and Andros the Red focusing targets right now. Husky Pie is taking heavy damage. Can he last? Can Husky Pie stay alive just for a few moments? Avenger 1 is red. Andros the Red is almost destroyed. This fight is so close. You can basically feel the pilots bleeding in their cockpits right now. Any moment, Husky Pie could take a shot and go down. Janol is still tanking in the Santok Yai, trying to protect his friend. Avenger 1 and Andros Red are working their magic against Husky Pie. Husky Pie goes down! Avenger 1 dies! Wow. He collides into the wreckage. And now it's a 1v1. Andros the Red versus the Santok Yai. We've seen this play out before. We can only hope that we see another victory. And in round 3,
this is an insane fight right now. You see Gentle trying to keep up with. This is an Arrow versus a Santok Yai. Obviously, you're going to see the advantage versus the Santok Yai. But, man, what a absolute dogfight that's going on here. Husky Pie going down and at least taking down Avenger with him. Leslie, this is the tournament life. Will the Santok Yai be able to keep Iron Point on the survival point and move on to a round 3? Or will Andros be the hero of Avenger Squadron Blue and bring home the win to move that team forward into the winner's bracket here? Shields are down currently right now. Gentle taking damage. Andros is trying to adjust. Corkscrew out of the way here. Man, this is what Fight or Flight 2955 is all about. This is a dogfight. This is a moment where each team has to shine. So will Iron Point come out on top, or are we going to get defeated here by Avenger Squadron Blue? Man, right now, this is absolutely crazy right now. This is probably one of the best matches of the day right now, Thunder Lake.
Yes, agreed. Out of my chair right now. Basically, we're looking at Janelle is getting some hits. Andros the Red is also focusing. He's doing everything he can in the arrow, maximizing his turn rate, maximizing boost yield. He's trying to get under the turn rate of Janelle. He's moving the arrow. He's going in and out of combat zone range, basically. He's going to 1.4 where Janelle might not be able to hit the arrow. He's using the arrow's evasiveness as a priority. He's focusing it down. He's working its way. Right now, Janelle needs to capitalize on just a few hits. Andros Red brings his shields back. Janelle is now in trouble. This could be AVS moving on. Janelle has the opportunity. Can he do it? Can he get his shields back? They're not back up. He's going in for the fight. Janelle needs to get these shots, make these shots count. Is he going to get this done? Avenger,
wow.
Andros the Red is getting in trouble.
They're both teams are red hull, shields are down. This is the moment here.
Andros does it. Oh my God.
What on planet Earth? He is from a different breed in that arrow and able to take down the Santok Yai. What an insane fight. Holy snap. I was about to
absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Crazy fight. That was so close.
Wow. Let's get back to the desk with Zero State and get his thoughts. This was an absolute insane fight. Wow. Somebody highlight that in your history books because, wow. Let's get back to the desk.
Fantastic.
I just want to say real quick. Andros, in that arrow, man, that's scary. Anyways, go ahead. That was
Yep.
he was maneuvering that on purpose just to get the positioning advantage. That was really
Yeah, this
freaking
is
good.
another fight where I see a lot of names that have blown me up, which so it's always going to be a good one when I see that.
You're like watching the fights, getting PTSD.
Yeah, well, something like that. Yeah, more like shame PTSD. But anyway, I think it was interesting to see. So Kazuka switched to the blade in the second fight, and I think that was a good move because in the first fight, and I think the second fight overshadows the first fight because of how interesting the second fight was. But the first fight was really interesting to me as well. AVS did a great job, in my opinion. About halfway through the fight, they baited Iron Point by attacking the Santok Yai. As soon as I saw it, I said, that's not the best move. They should be attacking the Bandit. We've seen that fail in the past by attacking the Santok Yai when you should be attacking the Bandit Defender. And then I realized they're baiting them into the fight by attacking the Santok Yai. By attacking their strongest ship, they're baiting them into coming into the fight, and then they hard switch focus to the Bandit Defender, took out the Bandit Defender, and by, you blinked and it was 3v1. That was a great move by AVS about halfway through that first fight. And I don't want that overshadowed by the epic second fight. In my opinion, this was the match of the day because of both fights, not just because of the second fight. The second fight, obviously, we all watched it. Amazing, amazing. Teams whittling each other down, losing a ship. The collision death by AV1, I'm sure that he was just screaming into his microphone, no, we had him. Yeah. And then it became a 1v1. And the Santok Yai versus the Arrow in a 1v1 is a match between two ships that play differently, but counter each other pretty well. If the Arrow gets too close and allows the Santok Yai to hit it with those 4-size 3s, the Arrow can be shredded in a hurry, and we saw that a couple of times. I think that the Arrow made a very smart play. He backed up intentionally. Andros backed up intentionally to about 1.4, 1.5 kilometers to try to negate some of that close damage that 4-size 3s can do on the Santok Yai. The Santok Yai, if it's looking at you in a 1v1, is a very big square. So you're going to hit a lot of your shots from range against a Santok Yai, and that was the smartest play I think that Andros could have done because his hull was starting to get red. He was damaged. One good rip against even full shields, size 1 shields against the Santok Yai means death, right? So his best play, his only play, and the play that he recognized was to back up to about 1.5 kilometers intentionally and just keep pecking away, because if you can even hit one shot from 2 kilometers up 1.5 kilometers against the Santok Yai, you're going to keep the shield gen. Shield regen is huge. Shield denial is huge against a ship that has size 2 shields, especially one that has a little bit of hull tank underneath it like the Santok Yai. And I think he did a fantastic job about whittling it down and then going for the kill shot right at the end. Fantastic match, fantastic fight too. Really fun to watch. Congratulations to AVS as well. That was well fought.
Man, that was so good to watch. That was overall incredible. Thunder Lake, yeah, give us your thoughts, man.
It was a tooth and nail fight from end to end. Honestly, it could have gone either way. That second round, it was like razor thin margins there. One mistake, one miss of the shot basically turns the tide of battle. And I can't believe Andros is really doing that maneuvers. Janelle just trying to focus up, but unfortunately those shields were not able to come back up to really get that in. The fight, every bit of damage mattered, right? That's what brought it down to the wire, is every person contributing to the best of their ability, focusing up on the same target and being able to swap quickly was able to get that. Avenger 1, and Andros Red focusing the target and really working at the team Iron Point to get down Husky Pie was the achievement that they needed to balance it out there.
Yeah, it was, man, that was a great fight, and I got to give it to Iron Point, man. The adjustments you guys made on that round number 2, absolutely phenomenal. It took them to the distance, and this is what I'm talking about, these matches that are in this winter semis that we're on right now. These matches are going to take long, and now you got Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers coming up, Lex. You have Cinderborn versus Silver Flame, Neptune versus Breaker Squadron. Breaker Squadron still staying alive. Man, this is going to get more serious as we get to the top 6. Matches are going to get a little bit longer, a little bit more interesting, and you're going to see these matches not go to round 3, but at least go to a 1v1. We've seen this, too many times. We saw it in the group stage and Zero State, like you mentioned, match of the day for me as well. So let's take a look at the updated bracket here today so far and where we're at currently. But I mean, with that loss, Iron Point is still, is still moving on to top 6, so they're still surviving till tomorrow. But if they lose tomorrow to the winner of Cinderborn and Silver Flame, then they're out of the tournament. But I don't see that. I see Iron Point going the distance as well. And let's see out of this next matchup, Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers, who's going to come out on top. So, which we're going to move on to the next segment here. Thunder Lake, I'll throw it right back to you, man. Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers.
Oh man, this is going to be a crazy wild matchup right now. Both teams, really focused up, really trained. The top of the top, if you can consider anyone in fight or flight history. These teams have been going at each other for years and years. This is the match to watch. If you had to sit down, if you had to go do a break or whatever, go do that, get that done out of the way, because you got to have your eyes on this next fight. It is going to be one for the ages. It's going to be a bloodbath. People are going to love it, and I'm going to see some interesting fights going on. I can't even make a determination on what I'm seeing. Is it going to be the accuracy and the strategic attacks from Shadow Moses, or is it going to be the calculation or methodical nature of Liberty Rippers? There's absolutely nobody I could pick here right now to see who's going to win this.
Yep. Zero State, your thoughts on this next matchup coming up?
I think it's always hard to fight against Shadow Moses. We've seen that time and time again. Liberty Reapers has a great shot here. The key to any match against Shadow Moses in these tournaments that we've seen time and time again is who can break their strat, who can make them go, because they always have a backup strat. It seems like if you try to break their first strat and you succeed, they've got a backup strat that they work with, and that's almost as good as their first strat. So if you can break 2 strats, you got a chance. So let's see if Liberty Reapers can break both of their strategies, whatever those might be.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Look, man, I'm just going to say it here. I'm going to go with the reigning champions here. Liberty, Shadow Moses, going, taking this 2-1. I'm going to call it 2-1. I'm going to say Liberty Reapers is going to take a game out of Shadow Moses for the first time in the tournament. But I think just Shadow Moses is too good. But they're going to go up 2-1. And by the way, Avengers Squadron Blue, I keep saying Bravo, Blue, has secured at least the top 3 position in the bracket, which is great. So good for them. And then Shadow Moses and Liberty Reapers, whoever wins this, will also lock in a top 3 spot going into tomorrow. But we still got a few more matches to go. One thing I want to say, if you're at home, you're watching, you're enjoying PvP, exclamation mark PvP in the chat. Make sure you guys head on over to the PvP Discord. And I believe they have a lot of resources. If you ever want to learn a dogfight in StarCitizen, you want to learn about the new changes, about the new flight model as they come out, that is a place for you guys to be. So take your skills. You want to take them to the next level. Get into the PvP Discord. Find that group that you mesh with, whether it can be Avenger Squadron, whether it's Blightveil, whether it's Shadow Moses. But, hey, if you want to join a team, that's the place to check it out, guys. If you guys are wondering, if you guys want to be a part of this next year, I think like this is, I believe, their 3rd year we're doing Fight or Flight. Or the 4th year, and it's only improving. It's only getting better. And I can't wait to continue improving on this as the game improves as well. The competition is only going to get fiercer. It's only going to get better. And if you're not a person that likes to compete and you want to help out the tournament organizers, make sure you guys head on over to discord.gg/Atmo Esports. Come on and help us out. If you want to, know how we do these events, come in, man. Be a part of the team. Why not? Try it out, man. We love this community. That's why we do this stuff for. And one thing I will say, Thunder Lake, thank you so much for jumping on. Dad, we miss you, but Thunder Lake, you've been killing it today. So thank you for jumping on and giving us your time and putting on an incredible show for not only us, but for the community that's watching at home as well.
Thanks for having me, man. Just trying to help out,
Yep. No problem. Well, I believe, are we ready here? Are we always ready? Yep. Let's head on over to this next matchup. Zero State. I appreciate that incredible analyst. We'll be right back here shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what you've always been waiting for. This is a rematch of the finals of Fight or Flight last year, where Liberty Reapers take 2nd place and Shadow Moses wins the championship here at Enter Atmosphere 2954. This is the rematch. This is number 1 and number 2 for the past few years, okay? So, I don't know, man. I'm excited for this one. I'm about to lose my bananas all over the place here. Thunder Lake, are you excited for this one?
Oh yeah, super excited. It's going to be a crazy match. We're going to see probably everyone pulling out all the stops, and yeah, I'm this is the fight that I was waiting for sure. Can't wait. Can't believe I'm here. Doing this. I appreciate everything, and yeah, it's going to be a blast. These I wonder what ships they're going to choose, because it's just absolutely going to be a different style fight depending on what they pick. So let's take a look, perhaps, at the ship choices if you're interested in that. Looking at Format in the Asperia Blade, Amogus in the Gladius, Nix in the Santuc Yai, Haiba in the Talon, Red Rum in the Arrow, and Siego in the Hawk.
All right, let's see if it plays out well for them. But I mean, this is some of the same ship choices that we seen Liberty Reapers have, and they're going to continue to to play what they're favored in. But I mean, right back in that Blade, seeing floor mat, I know that Shadow Moses does a lot of testing across the board in making sure, patch to patch. Floor mat is one of those first people that are already practicing, being like, hey, these are the weapons we should be using. This is weapons we need to ban. So I'm just gonna say, man, right now that this is gonna be a deadly team. But let's see how this plays out. I don't want to count out Liberty Reapers, never at all. But this is just a rematch for the ages. I'm gonna call it again. And even though this team loses, Liberty Reapers is probably gonna do another losers run and maybe have to play either Avenger 1 Blue, or they might have to play Shadow Moses again. So we're going to see a lot of good matches coming up in the top 6 starting tomorrow at the same time.
Yeah, no, totally, exactly. And we'll get to see these teams again fight, no matter who comes out ahead here. So much experience on both sides. Look like they are moving to the engagement. A little bit of boost used by St. Nix. We are getting into the next match where we see Shadow Moses fighting Liberty Reapers for clinching the top 3 spot?
Yep, trying to clinch that top 3 here.
Excellent. We're going to see Haiba looking for an engagement here. Looks like he's leading the team in that Talon. Amogus is focused on the Santuc Yai of St. Nix, focusing on sticking together. Format eyeing those targets as well. Both teams looking for an opening here to start this engagement off.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of poking we can see already. I don't think this is going to go too slow. I think once teams know exactly how they're going to play it out, they're going to play it out very, very well. But again, Shadow Moses with that accuracy advantage. So let's see how this all going to turn out here for each team, guys. All right, you're going to see Sego is, he was always the focus here, but it seems like they might be going after Haiba first and trying to get that talent out of the game initially. But there's always going to be a different strategy. So I can't wait to see how this all unfolds.
It's pretty crazy. Both teams eyeing out, seeing if anyone's caught out of position. Right now, St. Nix is now laying into Red Rum. Red Rum is in trouble. Haiba goes to focus up on St. Nix. St. Nix taking some hits. Floormat engaged. He's taking targets. Floormat is the focus right now. We're looking at Haiba as well, taking some hits. Red Rum's got to get back in the fight. Haiba now shields down. He's vulnerable. St. Nix is laying into Haiba. He's pushing away. He's disengaging. Can St. Nix capitalize at 300 meters fight? He's going in close right now. Everybody's back in. Haiba now did the break shaft disengage. He's moving through. Siego's taking some damage as well. Red Rum in trouble. Red Rum has his shields down. Amogus is going in pretty tight. St. Nix coming back into the fight. Haiba focusing on getting back in there. Liberty Reapers is now disengaging, trying to reform. SM right now has pushed them out, and they're looking to regroup as well. Both teams are generating resources. Floormat is almost at max boost. Amogus at 50%. Siego is whole red. Haiba has a little bit of damage. SM have a slight advantage in DPS right now, in damage right now, but Liberty Reapers can capitalize on any mistake that they make.
Well, here we go. Here teams are getting back together, getting back their resources. Haiba, a little bit of damage on that tail, on that middle body. I know they were trying to go after Floorman, but like I said, man, they're going to go try after that Talon and try to get that weak point as soon as possible. But Sego also very, very red. One more pass. St. Nix not missing, doing a very good job of keeping that efficiency on those turrets, on those guns. Sorry, not turrets, guns, but man, this is a very, very good matchup. Engagements are on point. Everybody still survive after that initial pass. If this was any other team right now, Thunder Lake, other teams would be fried dead. and Shadow Moses would have already been won. But hey, this is what that veteranship is all about, and Liberty Reapers, hopefully they can turn it around here.
Excellent. Yep, they're engaging St. Nick's right now, trying to get that Santuck Yai, get that guy pressured. Right now, SM is focusing on Ciego right now. Ciego's going a bit defensive. He's red-hulled. He's open. He's bare. Can Ciego get out? Right now, they're focusing. Liberty Reapers is focusing up on the floor mat. St. Nick's takes out Ciego. Iba's now trying to focus floor mat, trying to get that re-kill. Trying to kick him down. He's not. Floor mat is safe. Amogus focusing up on Red Rum. Red Rum taking hits. Haiba's now getting out. Haiba taking some damage. Amogus is taking some shield hits, and Haiba goes down. Shadow Moses is now in a 3v1. Liberty Reapers has one fighter left. Red Rum, he is down as well. And there it goes really quickly, like a house of cards. They focused, they fought, they shot them down, and it's over. One round.
Absolutely insane on how much you see Amogus doing a great job at doing the damage he needs to do, and switches away instantly, allowing his teammate to finish the food. That is incredible teamwork right there. Like, I'm not sure if you saw that, but Amogus doing his damage, already saw that, you know, that Sega was peeling away. In that moment, St. Nick's already knows, switch, target is unlocked, I'm going to finish him off. Amogus goes on, switches to Haiba. Absolutely incredible play and strategy by Shadow Moses here. And now, here is a moment of truth. With Shadow Moses being up 1-0, can Liberty Reapers adjust and survive? I want to see a game 3 here. This is an incredible matchup so far. It didn't go as fast. Shadow Moses is being careful here and playing it to their advantage. But, man, good match number 1. Can't lie. Or round number 1. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, very close, Matt. Very, very, very good fight. It was good on both teams. Obviously, LR, getting some hull damage on there, but able to escape. They now know what Shadow Moses' plan are. They know what they're doing. They know their focus, and they're going to look to adjust. Liberty Reapers has always been very tactical in their choices. They're probably going to switch something up here and refocus and see if they can take on Shadow Moses. I think that they actually can pull it out. They might be able to re-coordinate, get another strategy going, and then throw SM off the beaten path. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a very close fight, no matter what. These are some of the top teams here playing in this game at all times, and it's going to be amazing to watch.
All right now, it looks like we're waiting on to see if this next match is gonna start up here. We're gonna see. All right, we just have a team that's stuck, so just stand by, and we should be able to get back in here. But man, that was great matchup. I honestly, I thought it could have gone either way, but of course, you saw Shadow Moses winning the bigger trades there. Psycho was absolutely fried already, and Hull was already very, very damaged compared to how Shadow Moses is currently playing. But I mean, I can't lie to you guys. Seeing that Santuck Yai in play, absolutely love it. Doing a great job with it. Yeah, teams are just doing well.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that they're going to have to remake the lobby here. Just a small bug, in the game here. We're going to have to remake it. So they're going to pop out, get back in, and get sorted out at the moment. The Santuck Yai coming in the clutch there. St. Nick's was able to capitalize on that first kill. The Ciego just being a large target, being able to be focused down and taken down. Haiba, being out second, just because, they're taking the fights. They're trying to get that DPS down. But Floormat was able to disengage before Haiba and Red Rum were able to get enough damage on him, which then triggered Haiba getting caught by Amogus and, re-engaged. So,
well, while we wait for the lobby to open up, all I'm going to say is that, remember, guys, we have Inter-Atmosphere 2956 happening in Sydney, Australia, February 21st. So if you guys want to check out some live, look, I'm going to be honest here, Thunder Lake. You watching this online is great. Now, you watching PvP in person, it's a different breed, because I'm telling you, those explosions, you feel them on your chest, through that sound system. It's absolutely a different story. This entire place we're going to, called Fortress Sydney, it's an esports arena, so they have everything already ready to go. It's going to be a way better smooth transition across the board, going into these match setups, especially for, racing or dogfighting. So, very excited to see the Australian community next year, guys. February 21st is the event. If you guys are in the APAC region, regardless, Australia, whether you're in Korea, you're in China, you're in Japan, come out to the event, man. We're going to have some incredible special guests from CIG. We got Chris and Sandy Roberts, the founders of StarCitizen. Well, two of the founders of StarCitizen. And then we got community director Tyler Whitkin, who's going to be joining us all the way in Australia for this massive event. We already have over 150 people already in attendance, and we still got a long way to go. So we're going to fill up those seats, and it's going to be an incredible community event. So make sure you guys are there, okay? So exclamation mark EA56 in the chat. And hopefully we can bring Inner Atmosphere, to more places around the world. We did it in Manchester last year, Manchester, UK during CitizenCon. Maybe we do US next year. Who knows? It all depends. It all depends.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, definitely make your way out there. Obviously, in-person events, they're going to be amazing when you have the production level quality, as well as, you get that feeling, you get that tactile response, you get to hear it, feel it, see it. It comes together as another experience for sure. Now we're getting ready for this next fight here. Shadow Moses, can they take it 2-0 against Liberty Reapers, or can Liberty Reapers come back 1-1 and tie it up, potentially knocking Shadow Moses down into the losers bracket if they win 2 in a row?
All right, now, here we go.
Both teams are going up to the line. I believe they're doing a screening right now. So they'll be scanned for weapons, and we'll get a roster sheet here. I believe both teams, it looks like round 2, match 2, they're using the same setup. They're comfortable with what they've gone with. The Xperia Blade for floor mat, Mogus in the Gladius, St. Nick's in the Santuc Yai, and then Talon, Arrow, Hawk for Hyba, Red Rum, and Siego.
All right, here we go. Also, if you guys haven't done it yet, make sure you guys are claiming that free code if you haven't yet. There's still 22 codes available for the Matcherino. You're giving a free amount to the Matcherino, so make sure you guys continue to help out with the crowdfunding for these teams. Right now, we're at 2,184. Make sure that top 4 is going to get paid out. So top 4, absolutely incredible. And thank you guys for raising. Ammo Esports was able to donate 500. And then Icon City dominate the game, also match another 500 as well, putting in 1,000 in the pot so far. But hey, guys, let's not stop there. So make sure you guys are contributing for free. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. So this next matchup should be underway soon. And if you guys want to keep up with the bracket, exclamation mark bracket as well, that should keep you guys updated on where the current bracket is at. But this is our second to last matchup. Our last fight of the day is going to be Planeptune versus Breaker Squadron. We're going to see Breaker Squadron in action one more time to see if they survive and move on to the top 6.
Yeah, no, it's going to be excellent. And again, that we're basically looking at the top of the line fighters here. Everyone has put in hours and hours of training and practice and coordination to get here. And it's no joke. The amount of time that these individuals have spent playing together, honing in their skills and focusing up is, insurmountable. So we are literally seeing some of the best pilots play the game right now, and it's going to be amazing. Right now, it looks like we're getting geared up for the next match. Both teams are scanned and ready to go. It's going to be interesting. We're looking at Siego again in the Hawk, perhaps going to be focused up first. St. Nick's in the Santuc Yai, likely not to be the primary target in the beginning, but we've seen St. Nick's always pounce on those targets and maybe finish those kills. So let's see if he can do it again in round 2.
All right, here we go. Countdown has started. Countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. The engagement is about to begin. Here we go. We see the same team, same composition, no ship changes whatsoever. Can Liberty Reapers tie it up? Or will Shadow Moses move forward to compete against Avenger Squadron Blue in tomorrow's top 6 finals?
They absolutely need to right now. Liberty Reapers needs to pull this win. They have to do this to get up and tie it out to beat Shadow Moses and get to that top spot versus Avenger Squadron. If Shadow Moses just simply gets this fight, plays it smart, and takes them down one at a time, we're going to see another Shadow Moses victory. And here we go in the fight. Siego is taking the hits. St. Nick's is pushing in. Floormat is engaged. He's close. He's taking some hots. Red Rum is taking some heavy hits. He has to disengage, but Floormat's taking pressure. Floormat's in trouble. He's got to get out of there. Siego's taking some heavy hits. St. Nick's again coming in and putting some heavy damage on Siego. He is now out of the fight, and Hyba is moving in, putting some pressure on Floormat. Floormat is out of the fight as well. He's coming back in. Both teams re-engaging. Red Rum, Amogus is hitting. Here he goes. He's hitting that Talon and pushing Hyba further and further away from his team. Can Liberty Reapers get back together? Shadow Moses has their full shields. Their capacitors of boost are full.
Liberty Reapers reforming and a bunch of damage again, just like we saw last match, is on Seago right now.
Yep, we're seeing Haiba damage with that right wing. Seago taking some massive hull damage. Another big win for Shadow Moses in that initial pass and getting those trades in. You can even see Floormat. You know, Floormat doesn't have those weapons, probably giving him those extra Gs and worrying about that cannon damage, allowing him to maneuver away a little bit better and faster out of the way. But here we go, another engagement here. Seeing the Mogus is just getting those taps in, and it looks like regardless right now, doesn't matter if they go after Haiba or they go after Seagull. Shields are down, weapons are up, and they're gonna just damage them and take it away. It seems like
he's in trouble.
It looks
Red
like
Rum's
they
almost
just
down. Red Rum down. Yep. He's toast. St. Nick's got out, and then we got Floormat trying to get damage on Seago. Seago's taking hits. He's too far out. Floormat just laying into Seago. Can he get out of there? He is down. Amogus and Floormat take out Seago. Right now it's a 3-0 kill. Shadow Moses moves on.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like Liberty Reapers kind of gave up in that last engagement. I saw Haiba just kind of taking that hit and just kind of left it there, unfortunately. But good on Shadow Moses moving up 2-0 versus Liberty Reapers. And hopefully they can, come back here in the losers bracket. But let's get back to the desk here and get Zero State thoughts on this matchup here. Woo-wee!
That was longer than last time. I had time to sip coffee this time. You know what I mean?
It definitely was longer, but I felt like, I don't know, I felt like Liberty Reapers towards the end of that matchup in that second round was like, you know what, they got us. Let's just not even try, you know? But anyway, Zero State, kick it off with your thoughts, man, and then Thunder Lake, feel free to add anything to that as well.
Yeah, so I think anytime you go into a fight one with Shadow Moses, you're, like I said earlier before the fight, right? Your goal is to try to break their strategy and then try to break their backup strategy. And it doesn't feel like Liberty Reapers quite got through either one of their strategies. First off, I got shout out to St. Nick's. The aim in the Santok guy is just unbelievable. It's every time you cut to the look at right now. Yeah, you cut to that and it's just like shots on, shots on, shots on, shots on. Dead. You know what I mean? That is fantastic to watch in a Santok guy in a bigger ship like that, especially. I think Liberty Reapers in the first fight was having a bit of a hard time focusing. It seems like Shadow Moses comes into a fight like this and they're comfortable with 3 1v1s. If you have all 3 of their guys separated, they're okay with that. They just get you separated and they say, all right, take us all on individually and we'll win those trades too, you know? And that's pretty interesting to watch. The fight theme for fight 1 to me was just pure skills. It just came down to aim, skill, set, match, right? Fight 2, I wrote down on my little notes app here, I said, how will Liberty Reapers adjust to this? How are they going to try to break that wall of that second strat? The ships stay the same. That's fine. You guys talked a little bit about that, about how Liberty Reapers clearly just felt comfortable with that team comp, and they went with it again. I kind of wrote down before the fight, I think Liberty Reapers' chance here, their best chance, is to try to maim that Gladius. Get a big pancake on the Gladius, get its hull red, maybe even take it out, take off a wing, do something to that Gladius, and then disengage and reset. Okay, if you can win that trade, if you can get some damage on the Gladius and let that Gladius know, hey, we're trying to scare you away, right? I feel like the Gladius was kind of just flying around. Amogus and the Gladius was kind of unfocused for the most part. It got to a point they didn't do that. They focused the blade first. Not sure if that was a mistake. They did do some heavy damage, but they took some heavy damage for that. I think if you can pancake a Gladius, pancaking a Gladius is one of anybody who's a PvPer in the chat. If you get a big pancake on a Gladius, you smile every time. You know you're about to do damage. You know you're about to hurt that thing, right? And if you can get that early in a fight like this in a 3v1, and then make a call and say, hey, Gladius is maimed, he's running, everybody disengage, reset, group up, and let's do it again, right? Because if the Gladius doesn't come back into the fight, now it's a 3v2. If the Gladius does come back into the fight, you do the same thing, and you just try to get him to, you just focus him really hard. I just think maybe that was a bit of a mistake early on. The Talon and the Hawk both had their wings red, so you can tell. You look down at your radar, and in a Talon or in a Hawk, and you see in the Hawk your shoulder's red, you go, I got to be careful. You do the same thing in the Talon. You see that shoulder, that wing is red. You go, I got to be careful. And you start playing a little bit more tentatively. And that puts them on their heels a little bit rather than up on the balls of their feet. Shadow Moses came out of that first engagement and said, hey, our blade is okay. Our Gladius is okay. I think we're in a good shape. The Santok guy's aim is great. We're going to rely on him there. And we kind of saw some dancing. And then towards the end of the fight, I think Shadow Moses made a great call. They sent out the Santok Yai to bait somebody. And they said, hey, we're right here. Big target. Shoot at us. Get our shields down even, right? They sent out that Santok Yai. The Talon took that bait and died almost immediately, right, on the peel off. And that's the kind of that second, if you can, counter their first strategy, they've got a backup strategy. In this case, I feel like their backup strategy, they moved halfway through the fight, they moved to this backup strategy. Hey, we got great aim. Let's just send the Santok Yai out there, let it be a target for a minute, and kill whoever takes the bait. And they did that. It was great.
Yeah, overall, that was, I felt like towards that end again. But, I mean, I want to give a lot of love to Liberty Reapers. They're not an easy team to play against. I always have respect for every single team competing here in this tournament, so I know how good they are. They're going to be able to adjust, come back, right, make a loser's run. Right now, to me, the top 4 teams, I can easily say the top 4 teams are, you have Avenger Squadron Blue, Iron Point, Shadow Moses, and Liberty Reapers. I can easily say that's your top 4 teams, unless you see, any of these other teams currently in the losers bracket, like Breaker Squadron, Neptune, Silver Flame, or Cinderborn, really come out of play and adjust themselves even further. There's a lot of stuff that, they have an entire day. Regroup with your team, look at the footage, come back to it, and adjust for the finals day tomorrow. But yeah, Thunder Lake, take it away if any for any last thoughts on this matchup.
Yeah, we saw another calculated fight basically by both teams, and the initial fight went through, and unfortunately SM was able to capitalize for Liberty Reapers there. They just didn't have the damage on those targets, right? And then on the second round, right, that same exact thing kind of played out, and this time SM took it a little bit more aggressively. They pushed out that Santok Yai, right? St. Nick's was close to getting shot, but by no means these teams in trouble. Both teams had an opportunity here in this moment to basically take the W, and Shadow Moses was able to just stay coordinated, stay collected, and focus those targets. And I think ship choice made a big difference in this fight. I think that there was also skill involved as well, but ship choice as well, the strategies that played at it, using the blade as well as the Santok Yai were completely different than what the choices of Liberty Reapers, and perhaps maybe there was some sort of tactical changes that were put into place, and SM was able to capitalize both on the strategy and on the fight itself.
Well, tomorrow you guys are going to be able to see Avenger Squadron Blue versus Shadow Moses. It's going to be the first match of the day, so don't miss out on that tomorrow. First match is going to be absolutely incredible for the top 6. But for right now, we're going to check out the bracket and get into our last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Neptune versus Breaker Squadron coming up here. Here's your bracket. It's going to be updated fully here shortly. But we're going to do our last match, Neptune versus Breaker Squadron. So very excited to see which teams. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm very excited to see APAC teams still alive here, kicking it strong. There's still a lot of play to go. So very excited to see, these APAC teams adjust and hopefully shock the world and get in that top 4, even that top 3, if that's something that can even happen. So, but here we go. So for right now, Cinderborn and Silver Flame, in order for our production team to keep on time, will be played offline today. So we can hopefully keep up. And then tomorrow, all matches will be streamed across the board. So really quick, our next match is about ready to go. We got Neptune versus Breaker Squadron. I'll start with you quickly here. Got here going into it, Thunder Lake.
So Neptune and Breaker Squadron are both pretty good teams. We both saw exactly what they were doing in the last fights. They both have earned this spot, and they're fighting for the top 6, right? So basically, I'm going to put it in Breaker Squadron's thing. They've got the energy, they've got the group, they've got the backing, and they've got it focused down. I'm going to put it in Breaker Squadron's point right now. I think they're going to have a really good team. They're going to focus up. They're going to be coordinated. They're going to be together. Neptune, they're going to play it slow, methodical, just like we saw before. But I think Breaker Squadron will slowly move in and take them down.
All right, your thoughts quickly before we jump into this next matchup, Zero State.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed with ship choice is we may not be seeing the wiener with the Santok Yai. We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
That'll be
All right.
interesting. I think, I don't know, Breaker Squadron's fights are always really fun to watch. So, their ship choices are interesting. Their strats are interesting. To me, it's a bit of a toss-up, this one. We'll see.
All right. I mean, in the group stage, they had to survive Blightfield in order to get here to this championship bracket. So let's see how this continues to move forward. With that being said, our match is ready. So let's take it away. We'll be back here soon. All right. Here we go, guys. Planeptune versus Breaker Squadron. Let's see what we got. Planeptune, we got System UD in the Scorpius. They're not changing ships. Red X Priest in the Santok Yai, Moment XR in the Anvil Hawk. Then you have Breaker Squadron, Nightfoe in the Anvil Hawk. Wiener, just like Zero Says Stead, not in the Santok Yai, but instead in the Isperia Talon. And then Cam's Quarters in the Gladius. So let's see how this all turns out for this team. Thunderlake, what are your thoughts here on this ship composition for each team?
I think the ship composition plays a lot into what each team's strategy is. We're looking at Planeptune using the Scorpius and Santok Yai, obviously prioritizing high shield health and maneuverability, with the Santok Yai being a little bit okay on that maneuverability. The Hawk is also a tanky light fighter choice comparatively to the Arrow and the Gladius. So I'm seeing that they're using a lot of hull. They're focused on probably a slower play from what we last saw. So I'm thinking they're going to try to pick Breaker Squadron apart. Breaker Squadron going in more of the brawler playstyle with the Hawk, the Talon, and the Gladius, focusing more on evasion and continuous damage. So I see that once this fight starts, it might end just right there.
All right, here we go again. APAC teams, when that is where Planeptune is from, they're going to be taking things a lot easier. For those of you guys don't know, the rules in the rule book just states that 2 people from that region has to be from that region in order to signify that team as APAC. So they might have somebody from the US, they might have somebody from the EU, but at least 2 of those members are from the APAC region. So, but match has started. Here we go. So,
all right,
Underlake, on you.
All right, perfect. We're looking at Weenor, I think, heading over in the front here. They're looking at the Scorpius right now. Not much going on. Red Priest, he's in the Santok Yai. The Scorpius has a lot of MFDs off, and Moment XR is leading the group toward Breaker Squadron. Can Planeptune focus up and take out Breaker Squadron, or can Breaker Squadron stay together and slam the hammer down on these guys? We'll see. Just a moment here. A couple missiles coming out. Weenor firing some missiles over at the Scorpius and Santok Yai, trying to get some of those flares used. Again, if flares go out and those missiles fire and hit, it can be an extra bout of damage to soften up targets to allow them to take out during the fight. Not much going on at the moment here. System UD just playing it pretty safe behind Red Priest. Moment XR is actually moved to a reverse position. 1 missile hit Red Priest. Unfortunately, the flare is not working. That missile strategy from Breaker Squadron paying off dividends by allowing one of those missiles to hit. Planeptune starting off with a disadvantage.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them here, but again, we're going to be in this slow play, the way that APAC likes to play. But the thing is, these guys are not some teams to be playing with. Neptune is strong, and if they catch you off guard, we've already seen that they can definitely take out your folks, they're still running the Scorpius no matter what. So let's see what happens here. Getting some damage away, 2 clicks away from their entire team. Wiener trying to get some damage from far away, but I mean, do you think? I don't think they're still going to jump into that Santok Yai regardless. I think they still go for either Moment XR and try to get that Hawk down as soon as possible.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, Moment is definitely going to be the priority target here for Breaker Squadron. It looks like they're baiting out some shots, trying to see if each team will make a mistake and jump into the trap. Right now, neither team taking the bait. Weenor playing a bait role, moving in close, getting some damage on, but then pulling back out. Right now, we have a little bit of an engagement here. Cam's Quarters is moving in. Weenor also engaging Moment XR. Again, like we said, they're focused firing on Moment XR. It's still at 1.92k out, but they're a little bit further, waiting for that. Looks like someone's streaming in. Not sure if they're engaging just yet. Doesn't look like be. System UD in the Scorpius trying to get some shots on. Again, we're still at 1.9 to 2k. Both teams, not sure if they want to do that full commitment just yet. System UD waiting to get that full engage. Once Breaker Squadron makes a move, it's likely to be the final move for one of the opponents on planet Neptune, unless that Scorpius and Red Priest, System UD and the Santok Yai move in together and isolate that target, take them down.
right, here we go. We're seeing still getting that poke here and there. Not getting any more of those surprise missile hits on Red Priest, but I think sooner or later teams are going to need to figure out how to engage. But I mean, Neptune doing a great job at sticking together as a team to not allow any advantage. But here we go, getting in close. Wiener getting some good damage in.
Focusing the Scorpius right now. Yep, they're focusing the Scorpius. System UD is also trying to target opponents right now. Moment XR takes out Camcorders. The Gladius is down. Breaker Squadron is down one individual. Red Priest putting heavy damage over on Nightfoe, taking those shields low. Weenor trying to capitalize on it. Moment XR as well. They're trying to keep the advantage going. Snowball. Planet Neptune is going in. Right now, they're attacking Weenor. Weenor is now the target in the Talon. Can it escape? Nightfoe takes out Red Priest. It's now 2-2. Very close. Both teams still in the engagement. Nightfoe is now disengaged. Weenor is now disengaged. Both teams are now down to 2v2. The Scorpius trying to get some final hits on Weenor as he escapes back to Nightfoe. And we now re-equalize. Both teams at about 50% boost. Go ahead.
Yep, they are resetting here. Very good trades from both teams, but that was very surprising that Breaker Squadron lost camcorders that quickly. I felt like right there, you had Neptune could have just disengaged and re-engaged together as a team, but instead they try to go for it and try to take Wiener down in that Talon, and unfortunately lost their teammate in play. So now this goes into a 2v2 situation where now it's an even play where Neptune had the advantage. So they were able to take down Red Priest, who was in that Scorpius. Now
Santuk Yai got taken out. With that missile hit, it helped them take him down for sure.
Yep. Yeah, good call, Santuk Yai. That is true. So, but here we go. Let's see what happens here. Wiener trying to get some damage from far away again. They're staying around 2 kilometers, 2 clicks away.
Yep,
yeah, this is going to be another playing it safe. This is going to be another playing it safe right now.
2 Hawks again going at it nose to nose. The only difference on the team is pilot skill practice, and we have the Talon versus the Scorpius. Scorpius has been underperforming so far in the tournament. Most teams have not won with it. I think SM won one time with it before. Moment XR is still engaging 1.9 right now. He's the focus right now on the enemy team because he's easier to kill. He's in the Hawk. Both Weenor and Nightfoe need to focus together to be able to damage the target. They're now hitting him. Nightfoe is close. They're hitting it. He switched over to system USD. Right now he's focusing the Scorpius. They're splitting fire. Breaker Squadron is split fire. But the Scorpius has moved off. He's not shooting anybody right now. What's going on? He's trying to pull out. Now he's focusing on Nightfoe. Nightfoe is in the Hawk. Nightfoe might be taking some damage. The Scorpius is just getting railed with these hits. Nightfoe goes down. Moment XR takes the damage from Weenor. He's not enough. Moment XR is now shooting at nobody. Weenor, unfortunately, not able to take his teammate. System UD is now taking hits. Again, Weenor is in trouble. He is 1v2. He takes out the Scorpius. Scorpius down is down to a 1v1. But Weenor is in trouble. The Hawk has more resources and Wiener goes down. Planet Neptune takes it 1-0.
Neptune, wow. Neptune 1-0. I mean, you saw System UD just being bait. He's just like, hey, hit me. While Moment XR did a great job at taking out Nightfoe very quickly in some type of 1v1 that, we weren't able to see, but still, Neptune doing a great job at reading out their opponents, and this could be very dangerous for Breaker Squadron because if they lose here, they're going to be out of the tournament and not be able to move on to that top 6 into tomorrow. So Breaker Squadron is going to need to adjust and see how Planet Neptune is playing and hopefully kind of, adjust their strategy here. But I mean, while Thunder Lake, while System UD is not being super effective, as we talk about in the Scorpius, he's doing a great job at just baiting right now.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it was a play that at first wasn't paying off, but it ended up paying off because Nightfoe moved into the range of the Scorpius as he's firing while he's focusing on Moment XR. It was a 1v1. At first, Weenor was focusing that Scorpius and did a lot of damage on that, but Weenor switching off Moment XR and going on the Scorpius kind of let Nightfoe down because Nightfoe didn't have the DPS to finish Moment XR with the Scorpius and other Hawk focusing his fire. So it's unfortunate, but also a very great fight. It literally came down to the last couple fights and every single shot counted there.
Yep, here we go. Neptune really coming with that unorthodox strategy. And sometimes that's what you need in order to play some of these teams, man. Like I've seen teams that have been, in the losers bracket that could be, either Avenger Squadron Blues or they can be Shadow Moses Kryptonite, at any moment just because of how they play and their difference in strategies, because people just think outside the box, I'm not gonna I try to give everybody credit as much as possible. But again, and right now I believe we have Cinderborn and Silver Flame, who's currently playing offline. I believe Cinderborn is up 1-0 versus Silver Flame. Again, this is the life of these APAC teams, that they can go out. But I think Neptune, man, if Breaker Squadron doesn't adjust, it looks like they can move on here. They seem I don't know. They seem like they're playing pretty strong. They fly together very, very well, in my opinion, Thunder Lake.
Agreed. Yeah. Neptune definitely has their strategy down. They know exactly what they're trying to do here. Isolate targets, pull them apart, and then focus on one. They were able to get a couple kills on there. The interesting thing, Red Priest went down first with the Santuck Yai, but then they were able to focus and take down Camcorders. So it brought it to a 2v2. That disengaged, and then again, I think there was a bit of a coordination issue on Breaker Squadron during that second engagement, where Planet Neptune was able to capitalize on it, use the tankiness of their ships, use the strategy that they came in to win with, and they focused up. Looks like we're doing some team switches of strategy right now, so it's going to be interesting. Do you have any of the ships that they're potentially picking?
I think from what I see, I think everybody's going to stay with the same ships from what I can see from the officials. So I don't think anybody's changing at this point. If there's any changes, then our officials will let us know currently right now. But it looks like, it looks like they might have some switches here. We'll get the official once the lobby is ready. We'll get some official confirmation here. But one thing I want to say is that thanks to everybody who's contributing to the match arena. Remember, guys, you guys can claim a free code. There's still 20 codes left free to claim. So if you guys are enjoying the show and you guys want to reward all these incredible pilots that are currently competing, all right, because tomorrow we're going to crown our champion and it's going to be absolutely incredible. Make sure you guys are hitting up !Matcherino and make sure you guys are claiming that free code to drop another 25-50 cents into that price pool. And I just wanted to give a big shout out here to Just Zoot, who dropped a $100 direct contribution. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. That means a lot to not only us, but also to the teams competing today. To hopefully, get some extra cash for food on their table or whatever it is, which would be awesome.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great. Also, they're playing for those prizes as well. Some of those ships are actually super valuable in the game in PvP, and they'll definitely be utilized in some of these fights. These teams are going to go head-to-head today, and we're going to see exactly who has what it takes to clinch one of that top 6 spots. A Neptune or Breaker Squadron. Go ahead.
Thunder Lake, question for you. What ship that is not rentable right now that you would love to see be a part of the tournament? It's just crazy that I haven't seen the Hornet. Like, I'm surprised to not see the Hornet. I mean, I get it, but what ship that is non-rentable that you would like to see in competition today?
I don't know exactly. A ship that's non-rentable, like to be seeing the competition today. I can't really say. I mean, all the ones that we're looking at are here. It would be nice to see a different range of fighters. It would be very interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna put this ship. This ship was great when it first came out. It's had some balance changes and stuff, but the F8C would be a very funny pick for some group to choose as a heavy fighter with abnormal amounts of DPS. I know that the F7A as well, you're saying that it's not picked, or none of the Hornets are. But right now, in the state of the game, these ships aren't super performing in team fights. They're a little bit slow to turn. They have, they got a bunch of hits. They're too easy to hit as well, easy to coordinate fire. So yeah, I think that the F8C would be interesting to see. But that just shows that we'll see what happens.
Yeah, poor Lightning. Unfortunately, that's my favorite ship just because of the looks of it, honestly. But I would love to see it in competition. But yeah, I tried it out about after the patch came out, and it was very, very slow to turn. But it's looking like we have a change, ladies and gentlemen. Breaker Squadron, Nightfall going to that Banu Defender. And Wiener back to the Santuck Yai. And Camcorders is going to be staying in that Anvil. Changing from the Gladius to the Anvil Hawk. Correction. So we are going to see a change here, and we're going to get this lobby underway here shortly. If Neptune takes this, that's going to be it for Breaker Squadron. But I am not going to lie to you. Breaker Squadron in this tournament had an incredible run so far, incredible moments across the board, the best fight in the group stage. So regardless of which team wins or lose, I just want to say, man, incredible matches all around for every single team that joined us today. I really appreciate every single competitor. You guys, you know, don't listen to people out there. I'm telling you, man, you guys are here competing. They are not. So thanks for showing up, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's interesting that they chose a different ship, and obviously they've brought a more tanky strategy. The defender has a bit more shielding. The Wiener back into the bread and butter Santuk Yai, able to take on 3 opponents in the group stage. It's going to be amazing. So obviously Breaker Squadron adapting to the strategy of Plan Neptune, and Plan Neptune still has their tried and true. They've got the Scorpius, the Santuk Yai, and the Hawk, looking to capitalize on a lot of tankiness. So it's going to be a brawl-out fight here. There's a bit different ship choices here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. In the earlier fights, the defender was focused down. If Nightfoe can do a good job of defending versus these targets, the Santuk Yai and System UD and the Scorpius, and not die to him early, and Breaker Squadron gets an early kill, they can really push that in their favor. It'd be nice to see a third fight here.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune is going to take that to their advantage, and kind of like, honestly, that, you know, let's talk about your experience, right? When you were competing and you were, you know, like, not to give you PTSD, but when you were down, you know, literally 1-1 to Breaker Squadron, how much did nerves play while you were competing against them?
Nerves always play a small factor here, depending on the situation. But we know these guys. We've played against them. You know, we were pretty confident going into it. But obviously, there were some mistakes made. We probably were a little under practice. Breaker Squadron was solid through and through. They played it out to the best of their ability. We had some strategic miscalculations by putting some NDBs on the Arrow and calling out, trying to bring in the Scorpius as well. Just a couple of things fell apart for us where Breaker Squadron was solid and strong, so they were able to capitalize on that. I think that both teams here, nerves are going to play a factor for sure, but because these teams are so practiced and coordinated, I think that it comes down to strategy and the mechanics of each individual pilot.
Well, let's see if Breaker Squadron can keep it alive here versus Neptune. Will it go to a round 3, or will Neptune say heck no and deny Breaker Squadron to move on to the top 6 tomorrow? So I'm excited for this. And just a quick update as the match has begun. Cinderborn moves on and beats Silver Flame into the top 6.
Good job, Cinderborn. Congratulations. All right. We're looking at Nightfoe here in the defender, scoping out the enemy Santuk Yai. Weenor, the engagement begun. Red Priest is engaging Weenor. Santuk Yai going after each other right now. A couple shots. They're still at far distance. They're not really doing a full commit engagement. They're just peppering each other from range. Not much damage spread across the board. Again, camcorders and Moment XR in those Hawks kind of dancing on the outskirts of battle. System UD, again, waiting with his Scorpius for an opportunity target. It's going to be down to who makes the first strike. Most individuals have full boost pools. They're moving in slowly. The Hawk is leading the battle for Breaker Squadron. Bit of engagement on Weenor again at 1.8, trying to whittle those shields down, just trying to make it so that way if he comes into battle, he'll be at a disadvantage with those shields. They can maybe take him out. Focused up. Moment XR is getting focused. Right now, he's engaged. The Hawks are engaging each other, but unfortunately, Moment XR is in trouble. He chaffs. He tries to disengage. Nightfoe is also being targeted pretty heavily. System UD is now totally full shielded. Right now, Weenor needs to get in this fight. System UD is he's again focusing Scorpius. Red Priest takes out Nightfoe. Nightfoe could not escape in the defender. Breaker Squadron is on the back foot right now. Moment XR trying to get that shot down on Weenor. Weenor's shields are down. Santuk Yai are trading with each other. Camcorders trying to do as much damage as he can. The Scorpius is in the background. Moment XD is fighting. Weenor is fighting. Weenor is taking heavy damage. Weenor is red. He's trying to get out camcorders. Struggling to get damage. Red Priest and that Santuk Yai again trading shots, now getting those shields up. Weenor has now made it out, and Plan Neptune currently have the advantage, 3-2.
Yeah, right now, it looks like Breaker Squadron overextended, but they just let Moment XR just continue to damage and Nightfoe, which was the Banu defender, unfortunately was the first one to go. And I'm going to be honest, man, Wiener took a little bit too much damage there. He's going to be the next target there. I'm unsure why we're targeting that, what do you call it?
Scorpius.
The Scorpius, man. It's
Yeah.
just, it's a tough one. Like, it's just currently, it's doing its job. System UD is doing a great job. Honestly, a massive difference from their earlier matches now at just really taking the bait.
Exactly. The Santuck Yai from Wiener is now under fire. They're focusing. Plan Neptune is pushing down. Roman SR is now disengaging. I'm not sure why he did that. They had Wiener on the ropes. Maybe he's leaving it to Red Priest to finish off Wiener. Can Wiener get out? Wiener is currently still fighting. He's fighting the other Santuck Yai with full shields. Wiener is in trouble. Can they get it? Red Priest takes out Wiener. Down goes Breaker Squadron. It's 1v2. 1v3.
Wow.
Right now, Red Priest is in trouble. Camcorders is trying to finish off Red Priest. Can he do it? System UD is now focusing Camcorders. Camcorders has got to run. He's switching over to Scorpius, but it's got too much health. They have too much damage. Red Priest is now focusing Camcorders. Camcorders is in the Hawk. System UD is now getting out. Camcorders is now getting shredded by System UD. And Plan Neptune takes out Camcorders. Breaker Squadron is now out of the fight, and Plan Neptune moves on to the finals.
Wow. What an incredible, the last of the APAC teams. Plan Neptune does it in a 2-0 fashion. But before we continue on and look at the final bracket, the final updated bracket going into tomorrow, let's hear about Zero State and his breakdown of this match. Brother, I did not see that coming. Welcome back. Nice to have you.
Always. So, interesting that Fight 2 went the way it did. And we'll talk about that in a minute. It was kind of interesting to see a heavy team comp versus a brawl team comp. It was a team comp that really wanted to do a lot of damage in a short period of time, and it was a team comp that had heavier shields. These are some of my notes I took throughout the first fight. I kind of said, hey, can Breaker Squadron kill that Hawk and get away with it? Can they hit that Hawk really hard and then separate and then come at those bigger ships one at a time? Answer to that question was no. Interestingly, we had some early missiles that worked. I've been surprised all day that people aren't at least firing out some missiles. It's not to say that missiles work that good, but if anything, it's a distraction. You have to deal with them, right? If you're in nav mode, you have to deal with that. Maybe they hit, maybe they don't. Probably they don't, but we've seen them hit now, right? And so it's very interesting to not see some more missiles being sent out just to try to get that early advantage or to put somebody on their heels. A lot of these fights are won by just putting somebody on their heels and pressing that advantage. So if you can do that, there you go. I know for a fact, by the way, that everybody on Play Neptune's team, or at least one person on Play Neptune's team, had a big old smile on their face because there was a Gladius pancake in the middle of that fight. Yeah. It's like I said earlier, you see a Gladius top down and you're happy. But they traded that for the Santuck Yai. I think a big mistake towards the end of fight 1, I don't know if big mistake is the right word, but just a choice that could have gone better, which I guess is what a mistake is the Talon switching to the Scorpius. So we saw at one point, I heard you guys, I think Thunder, I heard you mention it. The Talon switches to the Scorp, and I'm in my head, I was like, why? Press, I think it was the Hawk. Press the Hawk, press the Hawk, you got the Santuck Yai down. Let the Scorpius float away and kill the Hawk as fast as you can. You're in a Talon. You can keep up with that Hawk for the most part, as far as maneuvering is concerned. Take out that Hawk. Switching to the Scorpius, it almost worked. He almost got that Scorpius down. That red nose on the Scorpius, I think, baited him into trying to kill the Scorpius and get it out of the fight, but he lost himself in the process. Fight 2, I'm always excited to see a Banner Defender. I was a little disappointed a couple of times today to see how people didn't use it or didn't use it as a rabbit, as I call it. One of the first things I wrote down is, can Breaker Squadron protect their Banner Defender? Can they use it effectively and get it into a situation where they're going to try to kill the Banner Defender? That's been working really well, trying to kill the Banner Defender early. If you can keep the Banner, we've seen this too. If you can keep the Banner Defender away long enough for them to say, all right, it's not worth going after the Banu. This guy is being really squirrely. We're losing HP trying to chase this Banner Defender down. Then you let the Banner Defender come back into the fight. You time that right, and it can be a great third partier. And it can be a great finisher because it has those size 2 shields to kind of mop somebody up at the end of the fight. and it's got a pretty quick nose. Its yaw is pretty quick and responsive, and it's got great weapon convergence because everything is right there in front of you, and it's good at hitting targets if you're good with it. The problem is, my next note, they did not protect the bandit defender. So it was a good idea, but you have to, when you pick a bandit defender in these fights, we've seen it, you have to focus on protecting it, and they just weren't able to do that. The fight theme for fight 2 for me was pin the tail on the Scorpius. Fight 1 as well. Focusing the Scorpius in the ways that we saw them do it really opened them up to a lot of damage in other ways. And that Scorpius can be surprisingly tanky. As we've seen, those wings can get in the way. You can be hitting the wrong section of the ship, and it can be a real problem if you see it as bait and you take that bait of attacking the Scorpius rather than attacking something that's a lot squishier, like a hawk or something like that.
I couldn't say it any better. I mean, there was one point where the Scorpius was just like flying around, not even doing any damage, just flying around. I'm like, why?
I think I heard you say that. Yeah, you're like, he's not even shooting at anything.
Yeah, he's just like flying around and just trying to get, obviously he's trying to get in position to shoot, but at the same time, he's like, oh, I'm just going to bait. And that's all they're doing. But Neptune, like, I'm not going to say it's unorthodox, but they did a great job at just doing what they needed to do in order to win, which was baiting, especially with the Scorpius tanky. That was the one I'm going in first, but I think Breaker Squadron did need it to have a little bit more discipline on when to switch, and like you just let the Hawk just melt everything down, man, and that was just unfortunate. So Thunder Lake, any last thoughts there on this matchup, man? Unfortunate for Breaker Squadron. They're going to be out of the tournament, but a lot of props to them. Neptune keeps APAC alive.
Exactly. No, I think it was a great fight. It was a very interesting one as well. We saw some strategy changes from different teams, so that was awesome to see as well. Individuals, decisions aren't perfect when you're in that fight. You don't have perfect information, so mistakes can be made, and that's what Play Neptune were able to capitalize on. Was a couple mistakes made on the Breaker Squadron side of things, but again, we saw that these fights took a lot less time than their initial fight when it came from both passive play styles. Breaker Squadron sticking together, going in for that fight, and it really brought the fight very close. Again, it was down to that last 1v1, but every incremental piece of damage played a role in that fight. So every moment mattered from the beginning of the start to the end. And that's what I love to see.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at see if our final bracket is updated. And congratulations to our top 6 teams who gets to see Sunday, baby. We call it Championship Sunday. Everywhere you go, doesn't matter which esports or which competitive league you're playing on, is Championship Sunday. We got Avenger Squadron Blue and Shadow Moses, Iron Point versus Cinderborn, Liberty Reapers versus Planeptune. It is going to be a absolute dogfight. I'm not sure. Go watch, Top Gun Maverick. Go feel out your things and come back here tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to crown your Fight or Flight 2955 champion here on twitch.tv/Atmo Esports. I am excited. Now, let's close this out a little bit, guys. That is going to be our last match of the day. But I'm going to get some predictions here before we head out. So I'm going to toss it right back over to you, Zero State. Who do we got going all the way?
It is hard to root against Shadow Moses going all the way, isn't it? I think our first match of the day tomorrow, AVS Blue versus Shadow Moses, is going to be a great fight to watch. My eyes are on that one big time. Like I've been saying all day, can Avenger Squadron break through Shadow Moses' first strat and then their backup strat? And if they can, they have a fantastic chance.
Yep. Thunder, like, your thoughts. Who you think is taking it all the way tomorrow?
Taking it all the way tomorrow. Yeah, honestly, it's going to be a crazy fight. The initial one here. This is what I think are, it could go either way. I'd really like to see a comeback from the losers bracket from some of the teams like Iron Point and Cinderborn, just coming in as the underdogs. I think that Avenger Squadron and Shadow Moses, whoever takes that first fight will go all the way. I don't think that once we see the outcome of that battle, that team is, I think, probably going to be number one. So I can't put my eggs in any basket here. I'm rooting for Avenger Squadron, but I know Shadow Moses will definitely be a difficult foe and probably take a W there.
Yeah, I mean, I can easily say this is the top 2 teams of the tournament, but I haven't seen Avenger Squadron Blue versus Liberty Reapers. But I mean, I think what we'll end up seeing is a possibility of Avenger Squadron or Shadow Moses, whoever, loses from that match goes up probably against Liberty Reapers, unless Iron Point has something to say about it. But there are some tough matches coming up tomorrow. Once again, congratulations to all the teams, guys. Don't forget, jump into the Matcherino. All right, make sure you guys claim that free code. I appreciate everybody who's contributed. Thank you so much. I've contributed myself. Like I said, I'm all about this community. I'm for this community. So, and if you guys want to be a part of what we're doing here at Atmo Esports, instead of just, doing this all day, discord.gg/Atmo Esports. We have the Daymar Rally. Signups are about to open here shortly as well. The Daymar Rally this year is going to be a movie. I'm going to just put it that way. So stay tuned for that as well, guys. But make sure you guys are following Zero State. I'm not sure if you stream Thunder Lake. Make sure you guys are following him on Twitch as well. I don't care if he streams or not. Just make sure you guys are showing these folks some love in the chat. Thunder Lake, thank you so much for joining us today, man. It means a lot. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have Burks back in action so we can get our analyzation on with Burks as well. But Zero State, absolutely incredible analysis, man. Like I learned so much from hearing both of you talk, and I do appreciate it, guys, for giving us your time. And again, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. Anybody that's been watching either on TikTok today, which we had, I think, like 15, 20 people watching, which was absolutely incredible, whether it was on X, whether it was on YouTube or Twitch. Thank you guys so much for your continued support here for Atmo Esports. We hope to continue to bring you these high-level competitive tournaments as much as possible. And if you guys had any feedback, anything you guys want to say, man, reach out, okay? Just do it with constructive criticism and use your words properly, okay? But always love the feedback. If you guys got anything, please DM us. And yeah, any last words, Zero State or Thunder Lake?
I think my last words are watch that loser bracket. Those are going to be some of the best fights of the day. Those teams, a lot of those teams are really evenly matched. A lot of those teams are going back to their workshops right now and going, how can we do this better? Right? Yep. Those are the teams that I think we should watch tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep. Thunder Lake, any last words?
Yeah, my final words are just basically get involved. If you are new to PvP or whatever, just jump in. It's just it's an awesome time. Just come in, shoot who you can. There's nothing about just taking those fights and having a great time and then getting into these competitions. You can't see anything better than this. The pilot practice and skill is just amazing to watch and see, and to see where these teams can, pull the limit, Yep,
100%. And remember, guys, !PvP in chat. If you guys want to learn how to fly like these pilots that are currently competing, man, you guys can learn too, okay? So go reach out, go in that PvP Discord, find an org that fits your needs and kind of vibes with how you want, and start training today, and hopefully we'll see you at next year's Fight or Flight. But be back here tomorrow, guys. Top 6 Fight or Flight 2955 finals continues for day number 2. See you guys next time. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend. See you tomorrow. Alrighty, GG's, y'all. Easy day. That was